genuinely shocked we don't have a move yet.
And then Logan, is your stuff just on the Substack, or do you have anything else that you?
I got our pod. Do you want a link to that?
Yeah.
Me and Justice. Yeah, I'll send that over. It looks like we're live as well.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Jake from State Farm being shown on the red carpet. Insane.
Get him out.
Guys,
Okay,
everywhere.
I threw the Twitter for the pod in the chat.
We're live. Oh, I can hear an echo on somebody.
I hear that too. So that man.
Yeah. Brandon, that's you?
I hope not.
I didn't hear it on you. Go, Jake.
Hello.
I didn't hear it on Jay either.
I think it's gone.
Oh yeah, I don't hear it now.
That was freaky. Okay.
Just two random echoes.
I got so.
Nice one. Come on, Mohawk number one, right? For now, hoops. Mavs shocking the
Gotta
world.
go.
Three big lineup. 4 big lineup. They paid Daniel Gafford.
I don't know what the Mavs are doing. I just don't.
I can't remember the last time we had a number one pick. Was it Paolo? The last one we didn't know.
Yeah,
We knew Rizichet last year, even though he wasn't a lock to be. But last year we knew the whole top 4. It was kind of weird.
Yeah, Paolo was definitely the last one no one kind of knew because everybody thought it was like Jabari or Chet, and then like Paolo was like third.
I remember. I think the 2 days before, because Chet didn't work out for them. He he did the SAR where he kind of forced his way to number 2. And it was Jabari till 30 minutes before the draft, I want to say, and then everyone's like, "Oh, it's Paolo."
Yeah, the betting line shit crazy all at once.
Jaeger looked like he put your family in the closet in his suit, by the way. Like he looked Russian.
He looks like a corner.
He looks like the dude from that one painting of the farmer and his wife.
He do.
VJ just look like he got some bad news or something.
Yeah, I love what VJ said in an interview, by the way. His favorite college moment was dunking on Joe Few. You were down by 35.
No, SNG. People were really killing him for not staying to play in the finals of the Germanic League.
Yeah, the team was fine with it. That's what I didn't get. Is they were like, yeah, you can. The team tried to get the date of the game changed so they could go. I don't think the French kid cares about winning the German league.
I'm not missing the NBA draft to play in the final of the German league.
I think Saraf would have left too if he was invited to the green room, but he wasn't. They both would have left.
I think Saraf has a long night just from.
I don't think Saraf gets drafted.
He's probably gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. This is always interesting because you kind of get a height comparison when they go up and stand on the stage.
Yeah.
Bro, I saw a video today. Ace Bailey going in the Kia ad, and he's like, "Man, there's so much room back here. Like, I'm 6'10" and I still fit back here." And I'm like,
"You're not 6'10", bro. You are 6'9" in shoes."
Man, I can't believe they kept trying to sell us that Shaq could fit in those little cars. Like, quit playing with me.
Oh, did you tweet out the link?
I'll tweet it out earlier. I could probably retweet.
Cause I'll go retweet that and stuff.
I guess I'll retweet the exact link this time instead of just our page.
Is it alphabetical? Yeah, it is. Okay. McNeely looked like he's signing up to go overseas and fight in war.
He definitely got his draft day suit on.
Oh,
the
yeah.
other draft. Oh, he went no tie and just chain. That's kind of tough.
Yeah. No, Sammy's is fire. His suit is good.
Who do we think has the best suit so far?
I
It might
normally
be
don't like
Sammy.
Monogram, but I think
I like this
Felix-
Asa one, though.
Yeah, that's fine.
I love this Asa one. Do you see everyone getting pressed Jace Richardson to get an invite? All the Twitter people got him top 10.
He's not gonna go that
Yo,
high.
he's 6
He's
feet.
6'1". Yeah, he's 6'1".
Yeah. I was low-key surprised Will Riley got one, but
I think he's gonna go higher than what
I
people
know.
think.
Daddy, you don't even feel that suit.
He's so skinny.
I was gonna say it looks kind of
I know.
big.
God, who let Nick Clifford wear that shit?
Man, if I was Adam Silver, he would not be allowed in the Barclays Center.
No. Oh, the announcer got tried on Troy's name.
Nah, Trey, I'm not gonna lie. I think he
God,
had
Danny
a
Wolf's suit
positive-
is so bad.
That
He looked
is
like he going to a
straight
formal,
out of
bro.
JCPenney.
He just looked like a
That's-
frat guy going to a formal.
That is straight out of JCPenney.
Yes. You could tell his family Chicago bankers.
Neat Clifford suit is so crazy. But I think Traore got the widest range tonight. I really don't know. He could go higher than I think, and I think he could maybe not get picked tonight. I really don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that's how his season was, though. That end of the year was damn good, and then obviously the summer was ridiculous. But that fall, we was hurt.
Where did he end up on your board?
14, I think. Let me pull it up. He ended at 17. Yeah, he ended at 14 to 18 range, which is dealer's choice of what archetype you want. It's Malawak, Berenger, MB, Yegor, Troy, and then Neek. So it's just what player do you want? It's just that upside swing or rotation tier.
Yeah, I think I moved him up at the end of the year.
God, he was my number 2 prospect in the summer.
It's I think he was I think we all had him top 5, pretty much.
Oh, he was a lock. He was the consensus 3rd or 4th guy. It was not uncommon to say he was better than Dylan.
See, I never went that far, but he looked so fast at Hoop Summit to me. His first step looked like nobody could just keep up with him at all.
The shit that was crazy is when he was playing in the French league last year, and to end the season, he was shooting 39% from 3 and killing, and it was oh, lock in, y'all.
Yeah.
Because I think people forget Cooper wasn't all that yet. He developed so much as a scorer this past year. There was a world where he could have gone 1. If Cooper had a down year, he did some Justin Edwards shit. Not quite that bad, but
That Justin Edwards year was so weird.
it's so bad.
I think
He
I
still
just
should have
sucked
gone
at
undrafted. He should have
Yeah,
been
that was
drafted.
crazy. He was too talented to go undrafted. But
He was
I
fine,
don't
dude.
know,
Once he figured out the role, he was not a bad player.
he had a game where he literally did not miss. He
Yeah.
went perfect from the field.
Let me pull up his efficiency numbers. I remember him being efficient. He was just a good player.
I was a Kentucky fan though, man, it hurt him. He missed so many fucking dunks. It was so
Oh yeah, I
bad.
remember that. Yeah, 58% true shooting. Didn't turn the ball over. Was a productive defender on a team that had no defenders.
He was fine. He was not anywhere aggressive enough to start the year.
Yeah, well, works at fucking Reed. Rob was over
Reed
aggressive.
and Rob. I'm about to say Rob.
Yeah.
That's one thing you can never say about him. He was aggressive.
Yeah.
If he was out there, he was aggressive.
I mean, I guess Reeves was aggressive, but he might have been a worse defender than Rob was.
Yeah.
But then DJ Wagner just ass. Trey Mitchell was, who cares?
You heard it
I
here
forgot the
first.
year
Bounce back
he,
gift.
he was just like there.
Yeah, he's continued to like make jump after jump. Like he just kept reinventing himself over there. Like something.
Yeah. We got a kid on our Puma circuit who just like him. Like play style, everything. Like he's only ranked like 130 or whatever, and I'm like, if I'm a high mid major or whatever, like I'm a WCC school, I'm calling.
Sure.
I forgot like Aaron Bradshaw existed.
Oh yeah, that.
He's
Oh yeah,
ass.
he's in trouble. So I don't even know when's the next time he's gonna
Nah.
play.
He
Or if
played
he
this
ever
year
got that result.
after that
That's wild.
because he had Andrew Morgan gave him an and 1-3. He closed out and fouled him on an Aaron Bradshaw 3.
Yep.
Why are you closing out that hard on Aaron fucking Bradshaw?
He was always like surprising me that he shot up that high. Cause like I got it, like he was like athletic, skinny, and could like block shots and like shoot a little bit, I guess. But like to me, he was always like years and years away just from how skinny he was.
No, the first player that'll be drafted from that Camden High School team will be for sure Fleming.
That's wild.
Yeah, he was the sixth man on the team. He didn't even play that much.
The best player that would be drafted from that Camden High School team would be Billy Richmond, though.
I don't doubt that.
He just has like a weird like extra gear that a lot of guys don't have. Like it doesn't even look like it belongs, to be real. Like because of how like he normally plays, but like he could just kick it to a different gear every once in a while.
Where'd y'all end up on McNeely, by the way? Because he's got a weird range where I actually don't know who would take him.
I'm high on McNeely, so I have him
I-
like top 20.
Okay.
I am too.
Jake?
I'm not that high. I feel like mid first round is probably where he should be at.
Okay,
Just
because I
based
got him
off the
like
production.
22. He just like didn't put the ball in the hole that well. Like, I know he was asked to do way more than he should have been because Aiden Mahaney might have been the worst player in high major basketball this year, but like, I don't know. And I saw him at that Creighton game. I was there when he had 46 or whatever. Fucking lights out. But the rest of the year, it was like,
He had a rough year, but I'm telling you, man, I just don't see the huge gap between him and Khan. Like to me, there's a gap. I just don't think it's as big as like everybody thinks it is off of the 1 year in college.
yeah. The thing with him is like, I know people were like, oh, he only shot 33%. I'm like, this is definitely just like the outlier year. Like shooters have outlier years once every 5 years or whatever. Like this is just clearly his outlier year. Because even going back to high school, like obviously he shot like 40%. He was shooting 40% on like NBA distance threes, like all that shit. It's not like, oh, he can't shoot from the college line or whatever. Like, no, he just had the down year this year.
If he doesn't shoot, like if he never shoots in the NBA, like if he comes in and shoots like 33 consistently or whatever, I'll just call me wrong. Like I'll just be wrong.
I'll hold that.
Oh, it's starting.
Can we skip that the Mavs are on the clock?
Man, just skip to the second pick at this
Yeah.
or third pick, really, to be honest.
No, like if he's Jet Howard, who hasn't shot 30% either of his years in the league, like I'll hold that.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? I'll take that back. We cannot skip the Mavs. I think they've shown to be just unpredictable enough that we should not skip the Mavs.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
We got 8 people.
Yeah, they haven't said anything in the chat though. But
Yeah, we gotta throw some questions in the chat for the guys.
Yeah. Let me send the link to my grandma.
Yeah.
Shout out, grandma.
I gotta shop this up. Dang. As soon as I say we got 8, we went down to 6. This is tough.
I'm trying to see Norin Rad in here.
He's in here. There's no way Norin Rad's not in here.
I want to get our own Mike Jones. You know what Mike Jones, Cam?
Nah, Mike.
The dude on Barlow's show who be hating on Cooper Flag.
Yeah. Nah, Mike Jones, he's something, man.
I aspire to like have a big enough media career to like have my own Mike Jones.
That's a fact.
we've already got 2 likes.
Wrong,
So.
like holy shit.
We got 4 on my end. We got 4 likes on my end. Now, if I'm one of those likes, I don't know. But
I definitely am.
awkward. Oh snap! Twitter's kind of breaking.
All right. They definitely go Danny Wolf here, right?
Yes.
Man.
He don't play defense though.
Oh yeah, you gotta be defense.
No, they're
if
going
I didn't,
Jemai
Kyler Murray
Meshack.
Bulls.
Jemai
Oh yeah,
Meshack.
Meshack. Elijah
That's the
Martin.
actual like maybe best defender in the draft. Legitimately, he just
If
really
he could
can't
do,
offense.
I'm about to say if he could do anything on offense, he would be a first round.
Oh yeah, he don't even like finish. Like he don't know how to cut. Nothing.
He's
I
He's
can't
a
believe
ways
they gave
away.
Zakai Ziegler SEC deep boy over him.
I can't believe Zakai Ziegler almost got another year of eligibility. I was gonna lose it.
I would've-
He was
yeah,
in
I would've
college when
done.
I was in high school.
Bro, they love using this Barry White song.
Over and over again.
God, they're showing Luca right now. What are they doing to these fans?
Like this is just cruelty. Like this is like water.
Holy
This
shit!
must
Yeah,
feel
they're
like
showing him with
water.
Rob.
Waterboarding is
fucked up.
crazy.
Like this,
They're showing him all the thing with Rob when he does the LA handsign.
nah, this is like
Holy
torture.
shit. Yes.
Nico's so
God.
lucky they got the #1 pick again, bro. Because
I know. It's the only time in my life I considered like, is the league rigged?
yeah,
Like I sat there for an hour, like, is it actually rigged? And I was like, nah. We
I
got
was
the Thunder,
almost
Thunder 1 seed. That shit ain't rigged.
I was almost convinced, and then I think I seen Nick Wright like make like the actual like how difficult you would have.
No, it'd be
to,
so like
it
it's
would be to rig the system. Like all right,
yeah. If the NBA rigged, the whole world rigged. I'm hanging it up.
they've let like a strange amount of time go off this clock.
I'm pretty sure they tell the teams to like wait so they can talk about them.
yeah.
Fair.
So I can hear Kendrick Perkins take on Cooper Flag.
I feel like they also usually get way ahead of what's actually on TV.
No, pick
That's
is in
why we
already.
always see like the Woj trades.
Yeah, the pick is in.
Yeah. Hey, if you don't want to listen to Kendrick Perkins, come on the League Bound podcast for real takes. His bubbling ass.
Man. Mm-mm-mm. And while we're sitting here waiting,
What are you gonna say?
I was just telling the people watching, feel free to comment, ask questions.
Absolutely.
We are looking in the chat, so we will be answering questions as they appear. But what were you about to say, Brandon?
I low-key forgot. I'm not gonna lie. We got 11 viewers in here. That's way more than what I was expecting.
Shout out Grandma. I don't know if she in here, but
Grandma got the whole gang in here.
she did text me, so I don't think she in there.
They're
But I
pulling
can't
the
wait till
poll.
we get to like the 4th through 10 range, because I feel like that's where this draft really starts to heat up. Even after that, honestly, because I feel like there's so many question marks just in the middle of this draft class.
Yeah,
like,
I feel like everybody's like 10 through 26 tier is so fluid. It's so fluid.
all right. So how many? So let's put the over under at 5. Like just absolute reaches tonight. Do you guys think like guys that
I'd low-key go
Yeah.
under.
you think under 5?
Because I don't think like a reach is that crazy in this draft when like the talent's so flat. Like if
Yeah.
everybody's like 12 through 25 or whatever is like the same tier, like is it that crazy to take Hugo Gonzalez at 16 or whatever? Like I wouldn't say that it really is. You know,
That's it.
or like is it insane to take? Like
Plus,
let's
I feel
say
like
I don't know, like you don't think Fears is like that different from Troy? Like, is it that insane to take Troy at 12?
Plus, I feel like there's a lot of players that NBA execs are probably higher on than maybe the scouting community, or I guess
Yeah, like the tweeters hate Yegor.
Yeah,
Like, and I don't hate Yegor like that, but like the tweeters be too far with it.
plus I feel like there's a lot of the overseas players too, like Traore for one. I don't know where he's gonna go in this first round, but Hugo Gonzalez as well, Yon Beringer, I know.
He gonna be the one
well.
that shocked people. Like he might go
Yo, he's
lotto,
going hot.
and
I think
people
he's
gonna
going
flip
hot.
their shit.
Yeah.
No, I was texting Raphael the other day, Cam. Raphael Barlow, shout out the homie, Omaha native.
Sure.
And we were just talking like about how people on Twitter evaluate, and he's like, no, people just don't pay attention to international stuff because you don't have a Bartorvid BPM number to look at and like make easy takes. Like you have to actually sit down and grind film harder and stuff. Like people, the tweeters just don't care as much. Like that's
They're
why I
not.
try to be different at least, but like
Yeah, they're not watching those games. Like,
yeah. Like I don't want to call out any tweeters in specific, but like y'all know who you are. But then there's the good people, you know. We all know who the good people are at the same time.
for sure, for sure.
All right.
Pick is
Picks in.
God, Nick Clifford stood so bad. I saw it on the corner of the screen.
Cooper Flag.
Okay.
All
I can't lie,
right.
my heart skipped a beat before he when he paused. I was like, are they gonna do something fucking insane again?
Mavs fans can all collectively exhale.
They have another shot.
That is an insane stroke of luck, though. Like
I'm
to
happy
mess
for
up
fans.
that bad.
Like that's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they. If as a Mavs fan, like it was a dark few days until they got this pick.
Yeah. It's okay. He's a Laker in 8 years when he discovers that he really likes beer.
Oh wow, they had a watch party back home in Maine.
The main event.
Oh, it's deep in there.
I didn't know they had like places where you could gather and be social in Maine.
Oh man.
I'm assuming that's his high school. Well, no, his
Yeah,
before
he went to
Montverde.
high school before he was at Montverde.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, question: if you were Cooper Flag, like, how would you feel about going to the Mavs?
Oh, I feel like I'd like it. Like I get to win right away. I don't got to be the hero. Like he can be the number 2 when Kyrie's out. Like coming in guard. Like he don't got to worry about people having bad defensive infrastructure. Like it's like going to do the same kind of thing to me.
Yeah, especially because you can, even if Kyrie's not playing, but you still have so many like AD, Kyrie. Those are two superstars. Most number one picks aren't. They don't have the benefit to learn from in their first year. So I think that in itself is just exciting.
Like their starting lineup might be 4 Hall of Famers and Derek Lively. Like if it's Kyrie, Clay, him, like I'm gonna count him as a Hall of Famer. Like that's the trajectory.
Yeah.
And then AD, and then you got Derek Lively, who like he wins a depoy or two, which is possible. Like maybe that happens. Like that's legit starting 5. Then you got Daniel Gafford is like the third big because I'm assuming AD has to play the 5 like at some point. Because I think Cooper's best probably at the 4. Like you're gonna have like PJ Washington's like odd man out, so I assume he gets like moved. But like I don't know. I thought who was the Ignite kid, the guard.
Hardy.
Jaden Hardy.
Yeah, I thought Jaden Hardy was like pretty good TM last year. So
I don't really understand. Like I've seen some analysts or like former players, they talk about Cooper and they just don't see like a number 1 on a team. I don't understand that when he basically did everything for Duke this year at 17 and a half years old.
it's just like on serious evaluation. Like they value tough shot making and stuff, which he can do. But like what more importantly is he generates shots. Like he gets the rim at like a special rate. Like makes his open threes. Like that's when you make a wide open three. This is like a star player. Like that's just a free 3 points a game that you're gonna get. Like you're gonna get 1 or 2 wide open threes a game. Like, and then I think people don't get how good of a passer he is. Like for a wing. Like that's where he is like Kawhi, like Franz-esque is like a passer.
I'd say the passing this year was the thing that surprised me the most.
Oh,
coming
absolutely.
into the season. Also, his improvements as a shooter that I think he made. I admittedly coming into the season, I was more of a player like. I think the defense, obviously, with him is very valuable, but I thought that was kind of more of a selling point. But after seeing his strides that he's made this full year, I think No, I'm more sold on him being a potential number one pick, or not number one pick, but number one option.
Yeah,
Bro, like the fact you got it, Cam.
I just think like guys who play like him kind of just fall into like undervalued space in like amongst like conversations a lot. Like I think it's kind of similar to what like the discourse around Tatum. Like he's really good at everything. He makes all the right plays, but he doesn't like go out of his way to do like the extra hard plays. Like he doesn't really make things super difficult for himself. And I think that gives him the appearance of like not a number one option at times to people who don't watch as closely.
I could see him like
you got it.
At one point being kind of like prime Draymond Green, where the number one option obviously was Steph, but like outside of Steph shooting and like playmaking, Draymond like filled a ton of different roles defensively and being like that secondary creator. I could see that maybe, but just saying that there's no way that he'll be like that number one option is just kind of weird to me.
Yeah, like he went from getting Andre Karolinko like comps preseason to like that was like the median to highish outcome to like that's like the floor now. Like that's if this year was like a shooting outlier and like maybe handles somehow not good enough to league, like all these things. Like we went from Andre Karolinko to Jason Tatum, Kawhi, Scottie Pippen in 8 months. Like that's up there. Like he got better.
Yeah, he iterates at just like a different level. Like I can't really recall a kid that I've seen like in their one college year change their jumper so much, like mechanically. Like somebody like posted a video of him at Hoop Summit last year, and like his fun, like everything from like how he holds the ball was just totally different on his jump shot, and the fact that he was able to not only change it and like to where it looks better, but like was effective when shooting it was just super impressive to me. Now we have the Spurs at number 2. I think
this will be
Dylan Harper. Unless
Giannis, do you guys think Dylan Harper is starting off the bench to start his career?
Probably, but I don't think very long.
Yeah.
Like I loved Castle last year, and I think he's just better than him.
Dang, they wasted no time. I'm glad.
Yeah, they weren't. They were not playing. Brandon, are you nervous? Like when you talk about 1 to 10.
All right, now the fun begins.
I mean, at this point, I've accepted it's probably going to be VJ. I'm like a 5, because I feel like with him, you know what you're going to get. It brings value. Not to skip over Dylan getting picked here, but I feel like with VJ, there's a lot of positives with that. So I'm trying to be optimistic,
No, the one I'd want is you trade back a spot. Charlotte gets to go get him. Like you get off the DeAndre or the Andre, that opens up like your taxpayer mid level, I think. And then you're at 4. You still control the board. Like you could maybe take Trey or like say, all right, Ace, like don't show up. Like try that, see how that goes. Or then you just like move back again and you move to 6 and you take Khan or whatever. Like I don't think it's ridiculous to take Khan at 4. Like I think from that point there's so many things you could do that and then opening up your taxpayer mid level, like that lets you kind of do a 1 year thing around Embiid and give it like one last hurrah.
Yeah. If it was me, I think I would want to do the double trade back. Like I think whoever they would get at 4, I think there's a good enough chance that maybe you could get that person at 7 and that somebody else might want to move up and get like an ace or somebody. So if it was me, that's what I would be trying to do. But I do understand like ownership just might not have the stomach for it. Like it's a harder sell. Like it's a smarter move to like get off of Andre's money, clear up some space, and get possibly like a real contributor as well as like the number 7 pick. But it's just hard to convince the owners, like, because the number 3 pick is a real like selling point. Like it's something you can put in the season ticket pamphlet that comes out every year. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what you guys do here next. But Dylan Harper, we were kind of talking about this over text. Where do you guys have him? There's like been a thing going around that he would be like the number 1 pick in a lot of other classes. Over the last like 10 years, how many classes do you think he would be the number 1 pick?
I did a thing where I ranked my past like 3 draft classes for all the top 30 players in it. Let me pull that up. Because I think I had him like 5th of the past 3 years. But like he goes number 1 in like last year and then 2020, but I think it's less than people would expect.
Yeah, for me, I think I said only like 3, because off the top of my head, I said Ant, Zach, obviously, and then I can't remember who the third pick, the
It
third
was like
year that I.
Fultz, I want to say.
Yeah, I think Fultz was the other guy. I thought maybe 8. I wanted to say 8 and 2, but I feel like just remembering how he was as a prospect, I felt like they wouldn't have maybe taken a guard over a center who was doing the things he was doing. So I said 3.
I could have seen him going number 1 in 2022 as well. Like he'd be in the same group for me as like Paolo, Chet, as prospects were. So I think that one would be like reasonable too.
Yeah, the one that I think we kind of found a sticking point on, and Logan, I'll ask you this: where do you have him compared to somebody he's been compared to a lot? His game is a little bit similar. Him versus Cade Cunningham as a prospect.
I mean, Cade was a more advanced shot maker. Like mid-range shooting was a lot better. Like Cade shot like 40% from 3 at Oklahoma State, which like he just hasn't done in the league. But like he just displayed better shooting touch at every single level. Like the thing is I just think he's better as like a rim pressure threat. Like I think he's a better defender right now than Cade was then. Like he's a little shorter, so that is part of it. Like in terms of projecting out the future outlook. Like Cade's like 6'7" in shoes. Dylan's 6'5.5", 6'6" in shoes. So I think some of that, but like I think it's pretty reasonable to call him close. The place where it's different is like Cade had the turnover issues in college, but he would make more advanced reads. Like there was a wider range of like the kinds of reads he could make. Like his passing vocabulary was stronger, even if pass to pass it was less consistent. I think that indicates like more ceiling generally, even if the floor is about the same.
Yeah, see, that was when I was comparing them. That's kind of where I came down to. However, I had it the opposite way. I had Dylan. To me, was the better passer. Just I feel like his instincts were better as a passer. So I ended up
like
giving Dylan
passing
my
out of
edge.
doubles, like he's probably better than Cade was. But like in a 5-on-5 setting, like normal, like draw the defender, draw the help, like Cade is one of the best passing prospects who also like can score. So like you throw out the Jaegers and like those kinds of guys who are like pass only prospects basically. Like Halliburton was one of those.
The
Like
Giddies,
he's one of the most developed like passers of that age and size and everything. Whereas I think like Dylan is, you mentioned like it's more reactive and like I spotted the pressure, boom, like ball is gone. Whereas Cade is more like I'm gonna break you down and generate consistent open looks.
Brandon, you guys have 40 seconds here.
40 seconds. I was looking at Shams to see if maybe anything broke. I noticed he's also not spoiling the draft this year, so that's new. But
yeah, this is weird.
I think someone told him he can't. Well, okay, hold on. The Bulls are looking to trade Lonzo or Kobe White before they make their pick tonight.
What pick do they have again?
They got 12. What you mean before? That was according to Jay Crowley, got aggregated. So I don't know how serious the aggregation level is, but why before though? Like what's the point of before?
Mm-hmm. Jake, we have a question from the chat. It says, "Hey Jake, first time listener or chatter, long time fan. Am I going to hate my life when the Sixers decide?"
Depends on who you like. If you're a VJ Edgecombe guy, then I think probably not. If you are not a Trey Johnson fan and Philly decides to be shocking here, maybe you would. I'm like 20 seconds behind everyone. You guys might already see who they've picked.
Pick is in, but they haven't announced.
Yeah,
I hate when they do that Twitter. Too.
Yeah. Oh, Twitter broke it. Should I spoil it on here or not?
Let's wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's wait.
I feel like it's basically confirmed. If they keep it, which I think they are at this point, it's gonna be VJ. So
yeah.
If they
Shams with his first snipe of the night.
Yeah. He wasn't going to waste his time with those first 2 picks.
Yeah.
He took like a quick 20-minute nap because he's about to be working overtime the rest of the night.
He probably got
He
the
wasn't
whole
the
rest
first
of the-
person to get it out, though.
Was it Chris Haynes?
That was Jake Fisher, it looks like.
Yep. Basically what we
Jeez.
expected here with all the drama that happened with Ace.
Yeah, I think even without that, like, this might have been the pick here. Like, Maury has always leaned, like, higher field guys. And, like, I don't think VJ's, like, super high field, but he's higher field than Ace. Like, slots in and defends better. Like, if you're trying to win from day one with Embiid, like, Ace has defensive tools, but it's not. The processing speed isn't always there. Like, he just gets lazy and disengaged. The guard room's a little stacked now. Like, I think you got to find minutes somewhere. Like, you got to either teach VJ to play the 3, or like you got to really trust the boy who went to Houston and then Kansas before
Quentin
that.
Grimes.
Yeah, you got to
Grimes.
trust Quentin Grimes to be able to, like, play the 3. Like, if Grimes can play the 3, then like your 3-2-1-2 is VJ, McCain, and Maxey. Like, I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah. I think the good thing about VJ also is that he's a player who probably thrives more off ball. Like, especially with what he did at Baylor, I don't think you're going to ask him to be your main on-ball creator when he's on the floor. So I think with even though they have the guards, you know, at least still have some flexibility. And I think, you know, the shooting, there's some real projection there.
And Quinn Landers does not hate his life. Jake, just update on that. He doesn't hate it.
There we go. That's my guy right there.
Oh, shout out to
Camden Cohen in the chat.
Yeah, shout out to Camden.
Shout out.
Nah, I definitely almost sent that to the chat last night. I was like, there's no way that's our exact subscriber count. Like that.
Yeah, no, we've been on it for like 2 weeks because ever since we did that mock draft, it's just been hovering around that number. I didn't want to say anything, but thank you, Camden.
Yeah, thank you. You saved us there.
What do y'all think the VJ like really is? Like, if we throw out like the literal 1% outcome of like D Wade, like what do we think the one just below that is for? Is it Oladipo? Because I think that's what it probably is. But
yeah, that's what
I could see there
say.
being like something a little bit better than that. I just don't know what the name is.
Okay, so better than Oladipo, but not Wade. I would say the name would be. Give me a second.
Like, I'm almost saying like Rip Hamilton, but like Oladipo's probably low-key just better than him.
All right, so maybe not like style-wise, right? But like as far as like impact on the league and like where he would stand in the league, is there a chance that he gets to like a Brandon Roy type level? Like a second-tier shooting guard, not quite in the first like Booker and group of guys.
Yeah,
just riding that next tier.
I could maybe see it. I also like maybe Donovan Mitchell's not that crazy.
He's gonna need the jumper to come along more.
Yeah, like he
specifically
does.
The off dribble 3.
Yeah. The thing is, like, if he just gets the off dribble 3, what's stopping him from being Donovan Mitchell? Because I'm assuming if he has the off dribble 3, like he has the handle to get to the paint as well. Like,
yeah,
I would want him to get the handle to the paint first, and that's where like that's the Oladipo is getting to the rim in the half court. But if like he gets to the rim in the half court, it then just adds the 3. It's probably just Donovan Mitchell, I guess. He's maybe a little worse passer. Mitchell was always like a pseudo point guard.
I think the finishing is really what stops him from ever becoming Donovan Mitchell. I just don't know because like to me, his finishing isn't like a body type thing. I think he had a body like mature enough to finish at like a high level in college, and it just didn't really happen. Like his finishing numbers weren't there. So I don't know if he ever becomes that level of like finisher and handle and jump shot. Like to me, I think to me that's like kind of like in the D Wade type of like 1% outcome. Like so much will have to break right.
Yeah.
I do just end up thinking it's like Oladipo, but I think it's like probably the best version of Oladipo. Like that Oladipo 2018
Yeah, like
year.
the pre-ACL tear.
Yeah, like I think if he ever gets to that, I think it's a success. And it's like kind of, I don't know if it's a perfect fit with what Philly does, but I mean, that's not just a player you wouldn't want. So
yeah, the one below that is like Gary Harris with a jetpack. Like,
sure, Gary.
That's a good player. Gary Harris with a jetpack is a damn good player.
And that's a big jetpack. Like, he is
really
like a different type of athlete than Gary Harris.
No, like I've seen like Asar Thompson's like left sock is another fun comp. Like, because he's not that level of athlete or that big, but like in terms of just impacting the game, like yeah, I can see some stuff like that. Like Asar Thompson, better jumper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Asar Thompson is just like really truly special. Like to me,
I think
like
he's a better prospect than Asar. Not a man, but
I don't think so. I just think Asar went to a place that like requires him to play how he plays. There's a separation. Like Amin is like a little more skilled, but to me, there's not that big of a separation between the two. Like at least there wasn't coming out. Like
yeah, I thought there was. I guess
that's
just the difference.
Yeah.
Pick is in. This one, I actually don't.
Yeah, this is the line of demarcation for me. I don't know where the draft is going from here, to be quite honest.
Holy shit. I just saw it on Twitter. I kind of like it.
Shams is so behind.
And
all right,
assume it's Khan. Because I feel like
Trey. But go ahead.
I was gonna say I feel like over the past 20 Danny
You're
no, I'm kidding.
You're lying. That would be the most Hornets thing ever.
I feel like over the past few weeks, I feel like I've seen more traction for Khan being a serious top 5 guy, and I feel like that would just be the most interesting outcome because I feel like he's a guy I was always high on, kind of respected. Before is not somewhere I would have expected him to go at the start of this cycle.
Jake, last thought, or who do you think it is? Unless you've seen it.
I have not seen it yet. Yeah, I think Khan Knippel probably would be the pick just because of the late rise we've seen from him. And also you can kind of slot him between LaMelo and Brandon Miller. Brings a little bit of a different skill set than both of them. Less on-ball stuff, maybe more catch and shoot. Just nice options for them to drive and kick too.
Well, Noah Buchholz think they would be stupid to not take Ace. Shout out Noah. He's doing that. I just saw that on Twitter.
I think we talked about this when I went on you guys' podcast. I don't hate that fit, to be quite honest. Like
with Ace,
there's some personality things that I still question. Like I don't know what that unit looks like, but just like from a talent standpoint, and like the guys like I'm putting on the floor. If I
like it works in like 2K.
Serious, yeah.
Like it works in terms of the positions and stuff, but yeah, I don't know if it works locker room wise and shit at all.
Like, if I could trust that like if I get them to all lock in and like be serious like individuals, I would do it.
Yeah,
but
that's kind of
if they took Ace.
Yeah, they better take Khan. That's kind of I like that they took Khan is because it's more like he's a serious guy. Like he's gonna show up, do his job. Like he fits every white stereotype ever. But like he's just gonna get his shots, like make the correct decision in the half court, like kind of do less of the bullshit that this team does. Like I know LaMelo gets the rap, but like Miles Bridges, a good decision maker on the court, much less off the court. Fuck Miles Bridges. Like Brandon Miller doesn't always make the best decision on the court. Like Mark Williams can just do some dumb shit. Like it's a whole team of guys that can do some dumb shit on the court, and like I think Khan doesn't do that and can't. Culture changer. Like I know people who are at Duke this year like talk about Khan as a like culture guy just as much as like it was them too. It wasn't just Cooper, it wasn't just Khan. Like they were doing that shit together. So which I think that helps here.
Yeah, I think
and yeah,
this
like there's
works.
on-ball upside.
Yeah, I think this works. The only way I think it doesn't work is if like he doesn't reach like the baseline level of athleticism need to be like an effective defender as he was in college. Like I think he's a good defender. In his tape, he was really good in college. Just with the level of athletes stepping up, if he can keep up, I think it's a perfect pick. Like I think it fits for all the reasons you just said. But if there's an outcome to where like maybe he's not able to keep up, like foot speed wise, then their defense is just never going to be good enough.
Yeah, like he might just be like Luke Kennard on defense, which means you're not ever a starter probably.
Yeah, and that's unacceptable with what the Hornets have around him at this point. Like this is a real bet on him being like able to be as effective a defender as he was in college. Like Because if not, I don't
defender
think
and it's a
like,
finisher too. Because
yeah.
a bunch of his finishes was all like pump fake. Like his pump fake both at the rim and at the 3-point line was like insane. If that's just on the NBA scouting report more and dudes are staying on the floor, instead of it being random 6-foot pick guard closing out to you, it's like Jalen fucking Johnson, who's 6'9" with a 7-foot wingspan, and he's gonna stay on the floor more and then shuffle his feet with you, and then at the rim you get blocked. Like I think that's where this would go poorly as well.
Yeah, like if Jalen Johnson closes out, jumps for the pump fake, but can land and get back in front of you before you get to the rim,
Right.
then this is like a nightmare pick.
So like, whereas everybody except Chucky Hepburn in the ACC was flying by. Chucky, the only dude who didn't fly by, and he an NBA caliber defender.
Yeah, so we'll see. I think
Khan's brothers are scary together. By the way, I don't know if we're looking at the broadcast right now. I don't like that shit. I know one of them's cold as shit apparently. Like he's nice.
He's actually good. He's really good.
But I don't like those 3 white boys all looking the same like that.
3. It looks like they just put copy and paste like 5 times. All 5 of them. It looks like they just put copy and paste.
Yeah. Khan looked the least like the rest of them.
I was gonna say, all the brothers look alike, but he doesn't look like any of them.
Yeah, he looked like the cousin.
Yeah, if I was Khan, I would have some questions. Just looking at the rest of my brothers, I would have some questions.
Does this dude on the right, is he wearing like 3 rings right now?
I think I saw that. Okay, so what happens here? Is this fierce? That's all the reporting, but like I don't know.
I don't get what it solves. Like
I feel like they'd have to go Trey, because I feel like you take another. They've already got Keontae George, Isaiah Collier.
I think Trey works the best in Will Hardy's system. I think what Will Hardy does with his shooters and how he runs, like how creative he is getting them in actions and like getting them shots, I think Trey would really thrive in it. I just don't know, like in a way though, that's also kind of like redundant. Like really anything they do here is going to be a little redundant just because they have so many young players.
I mean, we did the preview of like how this was probably the worst outcome for them in terms of the lottery.
Yeah. This is the lowest they end up. I do really like Trey here. Like Will Hardy loves his movement shooters, like really generates high open looks. Like they were like top 5 this year in overall shot quality, but last in the league in shot making. Like they just did not make the looks that generated. Will Hardy's that dude. And like he doesn't overlap with anybody to me. Like the person he overlaps with is Laurie, just in terms of play style. In terms of like coming off of movement, taking threes. Like you could have 2 of those players. Like 2 of those players can coexist. And then like I think with Flip, he'd be great, like running with those actions. I think like whichever guard you think it is, I think Collier is a higher chance to be a starter. I think Keontae is more of like a bench guard. I think he's proven that. Like I think he fits with Collier. The defense would be a little scary, but the defense with everybody on this team is a little scary. Like I don't think that's what they're worried about fixing right now. So I feel like this could also maybe be Malawak. Like they're always trying to move Walker Kessler allegedly. So like maybe this is Malawak and it's him and Flip as your 2 bigs, and then they can play a little bit together because Flip like shoot the shit out of the ball. Like I thought Flip was their best rookie this year. Genuinely, like I know they still like Taylor Hendricks. That was the old front office before Austin came in that drafted him, but I know Austin allegedly really likes him, and like I love Taylor Hendricks. I thought he was good before his leg snapped in half this year.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Like I think he could play with Taylor Hendricks. Like I think it'd be a little bit of a reach, like where I have Common ranked, but I actually like the fit a little bit. I also think like if Brooklyn's coming to get Ace, you have to do it here, right?
Yeah, there's no way you let Washington go on the board.
Even the Pelicans. Like I don't think you let either of them get it because with the Poole trade, I assume the Pelicans are out on Fears now. Like they're not the Fears team, so they're an Ace contender now. So it's like if it's Brooklyn, you got to come get him now. And yeah, if you're offering up like maybe it's Collier and 8 to move up to 5, like or if I'm the or whatever, my brain just broke. But you know, like a player and 8 and maybe a future first to move up to 5, like I'm probably good with that from the Jazz.
Watching the broadcast, it doesn't look like Ace Bailey's getting any calls here, so
I know he said like don't draft me to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I also think like that means it's not the Nets. Because unless
I just had it spoiled.
I'm actually. I don't want to know.
yeah,
I
we're
was looking
about
at
to
Twitter
see.
and I was about to hit refresh, and I was like, no, don't do that.
I like this pick, honestly. I saw what it is. I think it's the best move
Okay, so they
for
just did it.
I
Good
think
for
there's
them.
a trade. There's a trade. There's no way he
That's
said
the
don't
thing. It
do it
could
and they
be a
did it.
trade. This could be the Nets coming up to get him. Or if it's Washington, you're holding them hostage and saying like, go give us something for him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's no trade according to
Well,
Shams yet.
Yet, right?
Yeah. I mean, he looks happy, so I'm assuming either he was bluffing when he said don't take me or there's a trade. But
He just be smiling at all times though.
yeah, that's true.
He a smiley guy. He was talking shit to
Yeah.
Fred Hoiberg when we played them. Like, get the fuck out my face, and he was smiling while he did it. Were y'all at that game? Y'all remember
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
That shit was crazy. When him and Dylan were going at Fred, I was like, damn. And Fred was going back, and that's not Fred, like, at all.
He didn't like that exchange. It's like something about that truly bothered Fred's inside. Like it was like you could just see the competitiveness bubbling up.
I think he's still salty from Jimmy Butler having to deal with NBA players.
Yeah, I heard when we get off there, we'll tell some Nebraska basketball stories that I heard yesterday from a former manager.
So if this
How do
pick
you-
stays with Utah, or go Jack.
I was going to say, how do you guys feel like Ace Bailey pairs with, if Utah tanks again for next year's class? Like, how do you think he pairs with the goal of that top 3 in next year's class?
Well, the good thing is I don't think he's gonna win games next year. Like maybe one. He'll have like 35 one time and maybe win a game, but like incrementally, he's not winning you any games. And then I think he in theory fits with all of them. Like with Boozer, that's your 3-4. I think with AJ, that's your 3-4. And then if he thinks he's a scorer with AJ, I get a little concerned because I'd want the ball in AJ's hands. But like Peterson, I think that could potentially be like really awesome because that's like anywhere from a 1-4 to a 2-3 potentially of like big dudes who in theory like the thing with Ace is he always like in theory plays defense. Like when he's been locked in, it's looked really good. It just comes and goes in intensity. And if you can unlock that, and like I think Will Hardy's a great coach, maybe he can. That's where like the real upside is to me. It's not the mid-range shot making and all that stuff. Like he's just not flexible enough in his handle, and that's just something you rarely develop this late in your life. So I'm trying. Ace don't look too happy in this interview, by the way.
Nah, not at all. Do we see our podcast co-host in the chat? Does he know something we don't?
Oh, Brody?
Yeah.
I
He
think
said
he
it
just
to
knows
the trade.
text.
He corrected himself with pick.
Oh, okay. I was about to say.
He's saying Brandon got to get ad block though for the website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do.
I thought I had ad blocker on, but
Are we able to
That
get
interview was quick.
the audio in the stream without the video?
I think so. But
In
If
theory,
you just
I
play it
think.
like quietly in the background.
I mean, I could always just turn my TV up a little bit and maybe they'll come through the headphones. But
I don't know how to do that though without actually like sharing the full.
Yeah, because isn't this you share a window on
Yeah.
Riverside?
yeah.
And I don't want to get shot down by the government.
Yeah, ESPN will come get your ass.
6 black Suburbans just pull up.
Yeah, out of somewhere, got that shit on lock.
Nah. But like just kind of back to the Ace pick for a second. I think if they are keeping Ace, just like a move, I think kind of everything we said about Trey kind of applies a little bit. Like can be a movement shooter, like he can make shots off the move. So I'll be interested to see how
he was like off the dribble.
Yeah, so like I would be interested to see how they use him in that way, and also like I really do think there's like some interesting like screen and roll, like him as being like a lob threat in a sense that we didn't really get to see at Rutgers. I would wonder if Will Hardy would like kind of tap into that a little bit.
Jake Fisher said there's no trade, by the way.
Wow.
So yeah, he's gone.
It's definitely like an Ainge move. I feel like I think he kind of just does what he wants. Yeah, he does what he wants. Like
I need this to be Derek Queen. like badly.
I really want it to be Derek Queen. I know,
Yeah,
Jake,
we
you
said
said
5.
you want it to be come on.
I'm gonna come on Malawach guy.
So why do you have Malawach over Queen? Like, what is the separator for you?
I just like his upside more. I feel like Derek Queen at times this year, even though his production was up there was just a lot of times where I felt like his motor was just very non-existent, especially for a Maryland team that was decent this year. And I feel like
Damn good.
you would
Put some
expect
respect on
more
Maryland this
for
year.
him to like. You would expect if they're going to be that good that he would be having that same competitiveness and just visible like drive that you saw out of like a Cooper Flag or some of these other guys. And I feel like at times you didn't see that. So that just kind of concerns me with him.
What about, because I feel like between him and Malawach, like he's a far better fit with Alex Sarr. And like Alex Sarr was like, I didn't think he was a great rookie. I didn't think he was going to be a great rookie, but like he showed everything in theory I'd want to see to expect him to be like maybe my starting center. And I feel like Queen at the 4, like Sarr covers up the ground issue, spaces the floor in theory. Like if Alex Sarr is going to be any good, like he does just have to shoot it. So you might as well draft as well around the fact that he's going to shoot. Whereas I feel like Malawach, it's like very redundant, and I'm not like a big at 6. Like, do you think they play together?
I think they do. I think defensively it's pretty like interesting. Like I think of what like I don't think Sarr is the defender that Evan Mobley is, but I think he would play that similar role where he's not banging with the starting 5-man, but he's coming over to pick up, weak side blocks 2 times a night, and he's playing more of a
it's
power
closer to like
forward role
Kristaps.
defensively. Yeah. So, and I feel like Malawach more than Derek Queen could handle the starting 5 position defensively on a nightly basis.
Okay, because I guess the difference is you see Malawach as the 5-star at the 4, whereas I feel like they're both just the 5. That they're both exotic enough archetypally that they're both the 4 and the 5 simultaneously almost. Like, because Queen does rebound really well. Like, I actually thought his post defense was really good. If you're ever in those situations, like he could potentially guard 5s. It's just they would pre-switch ball screens for him and let Julian Reese go up in the action. But like I think you could probably do the same thing with Sarr in your closing lineup. So I get what you mean. I'm tracking.
Yeah. Do you think, seeing what we just saw with like the Thunder in the finals, like in some world years down the line where the Wizards are like really good and competing, do you think they would be able to finish games with both of them at the on the floor?
I think that's the point.
I just feel like the way the league is going, it gets hard to I think it's really hard to have a big that plays drop like how as much as Malawach would be able to. Like, do you think he'll be able to ever switch at all? Oh wait, the pick is in. So
well, it's Trey, so we don't got to worry about that.
Neither one. They went Trey. Jordan Poole replacement.
I mean, I like this for what it's worth. Like, I think Trey fits kind of just everywhere. Like, it's just a shooter who shoots up.
He could learn a lot from CJ too. I feel like that could be pretty good.
Yeah, like if he hits a higher ceiling, it is like getting to the rim more like CJ did. Like CJ was another guy who didn't really get to the rim a whole lot in college.
And CJ should be able to kind of work with him on the playmaking side of things, because that was really his biggest weakness. Is like handle had some question marks, and really just seeing the floor and seeing like his teammates. If he can improve that, all of a sudden you're looking at probably one of the better perimeter shooting guards if he can start to play make more.
Yeah, I think
no, like he could just be like Devin Booker.
Yeah, like he has the perfect 2 mentors, kind of. Like, not only do they have CJ, they have like Chris Middleton too, who I think is like someone else that like he could kind of model his game after in certain ways. So
yeah,
I think
the one thing I don't love with this is I don't think him and Bub is ideal, just because they have nobody right now along the perimeter, and even like at the big man spot, like Sarr doesn't, who puts like actual pressure on the rim. Like I think you could argue it's Bilal, but Bilal's just not really a creator like that. Like I think Bilal's awesome and like definitely a starter, but like he just doesn't create in the half court and create rim attempts. Like that's where I kind of liked the Queen thing, is he creates rim attempts for them. But yeah, I think like this is like fit proof. Like this will work in whatever the Wizards end up looking like. This will work for them, I think. So
Yeah, I think this is for the Wizards. I think this is like a really good pick to like go with wherever they end up picking next year. Like, assuming they're not going to be good. Like, I know they have a lot of veterans. I don't necessarily
They're
think
not
that
gonna be.
means
Marcus
they're
Smart
going
like
to
not
take
good
it.
anymore. By the way, like I know people are talking like, oh, him and Middleton or whatever could like make a run in the bad East. I'm like, Chris Middleton can only play like 20 minutes a night for 40 games. By the way, and Marcus Smart's just like not good, unfortunately. And neither is CJ.
So I think this is like another team that's like hoping like if they can find their way at the top of next year's draft, I think they could really start to like build something. But I think this kind of locks them into who they would take next year. Like they would really need somebody to get to the rim. But we have the Pelicans here, and we've all heard the rumors of what's going to happen here.
Oh my god, bro! If this is DQ, I love him, and this is just not the spot.
I would feel so bad for him. I don't think this is not unless you're going to trade Zion. I just don't see why.
That they're not apparent. I mean, you can't trade him right now. Like he's an untradeable asset.
Yeah, I just don't. I really hope this isn't Derek, but if not Derek, who do you guys think it should be here?
I mean, I assume Pierce is out with the Poole trade. So like, what if this is like fucking Cedric Howard?
I think that's what I would do.
I'm not
Either
saying I
him
think it should
or
be, but what if it is?
I would like that. Like personally, I really like Howard. So like he's someone that I have like really high. Somebody else like Carter Bryant, like those are the type of guys I think I would be looking at here, just like another wing guy, especially because all the reports that they've been looking to maybe move off one of their wings. So
this could also be someone coming to get Malawak to hop Toronto as well. I think also think this could just be Malawak for them. I don't hate that either. Now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, back-to-back years taking a big though is a little. Well, that's the other thing though. With the new front office, they might not be attached to Messi at all.
Yeah, the London front office already made bad trades. So I'm sorry, Pelicans fans. Trey Murphy's time for this world is not very long.
This has kind of been quiet. More, at least more.
Yeah, I'm a
than
little
what we thought
surprised.
it was.
I assumed we were getting a trade by this point.
I did too.
Yeah,
Oh, Galoni on there. He's gonna like.
Ace Bailey looks terrified.
He like, what they got in Utah? They got nothing there.
Like I'm about to be bored out of my mind.
But he's
That's
gonna
probably a
literally
good thing for him. Just who?
Yeah, he's just gonna lock himself in the gym.
Yeah.
Those are going to be fun League Pass games at like 9:30 p.m. every single night.
Oh, any Will Hardy coach game is already a good League Pass game. I'm locked in on those.
It's always funny because like it's like a line of demarcation in those games. Like they try, like he does everything he can to win the game.
Yeah.
Until it's time to lose it. Like it's until he remembers, we're supposed to be losing.
Ace looked like he better cry though. I can't lie.
Yeah, this is
This
like
be interesting.
To be fair, there is a lot of wings on that team. Like there's a ton of wings on that team.
On Utah?
Yeah, you have.
But how many of them are actually good?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I think he thinks he's probably better than all of them, and I think he probably is better than all of them.
No, he probably starts. Like, I don't even know who played the 3 for them last year. Was it Johnny Juzang?
It was
Sensabaugh, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a rotating cast.
Him and Sensabaugh the same shit, and I assume he's playing over Sensabaugh.
Yeah.
That's the same player.
We think there's any chance that Cody Williams bounces back his career and they become an interesting duo, or is that a 0% chance at this point?
I think there's a 0% chance that they're both good. Could one be good? Maybe. Like, I think Ace is probably good. Like, I saw him ranked as my 4th, 5th prospect or whatever. But Cody and Ace being good, I don't think so. He was.
If it ever works, it would be interesting. Just 2 guys that theoretically talented at that size, but it's gonna be hard to get both of them to develop at the same time. I think they're like they play different, but in ways they're like gonna be competing for the same slot in a way.
When it's not just them, like Flip touches the ball, Collier touches the ball, like there's a ton of guys on the team. All right, who is this?
All right, before the pick comes in, who we think it's going to be?
Moloch.
I think it's Moloch too.
They took Fierce.
What the hell is this guy doing?
Oh
I love.
God.
I think that was one of the other names I saw that could go here.
I know he was linked to them, but I assumed with
Jordan Poole.
They were out on this.
Yeah.
Is DeJounte Murray possibly moving again?
I mean, he's out, right? He tore his Achilles. He's not playing.
Well, he
I think
should
he's
be
out for
back
at
at
half the year.
Troy
he should
Weaver.
be back at some point.
Troy Weaver never ceases to amaze me.
I think this might be more dumbfounding than the Derek Queen pick. I just assumed they weren't going to do this.
I didn't think it was bad before Poole. I just don't know, like, where do his looks come? Him and Poole can't play together.
I mean,
at all.
Who's going to guard somebody if they don't?
Yeah. That's the thing. They have nobody who can guard. It's just Herb. Trey don't guard. Like Trey's okay. Like he's positionally
he tries.
fine. Yeah, but like he's just not gifted to guard. Like that's just not who he is. But like Zion don't guard. Jose Alvarado is like the most overrated player of my lifetime. Like he just tries. He also does not guard because he just gets bullied. Like, fuck,
I don't get this. To be all the way honest, I just don't. I don't understand what they're trying to build here. Like, if you like Poole, which I'm assuming he does because he was with the Wizards last year, and that was like his first thing he did as GM is trade for Poole. Why go out and get Fierce? Like,
that's
I just
who Troy
don't.
Weaver is, man. That's who he is.
I mean, maybe there's a plan. I just don't.
Especially because I feel like Fierce is also a guy who he has the tools. He just needs the reps. I feel like.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, this is the part with the Poole trade that was strange to me is last year Trey Murphy made like a leap in his ability to play with the ball in his hands, and then you took the ball away from him by trading for Jordan Poole. Like, what is the point there? What is the point? And now you're adding another guy who like the only thing he can do right now is have the ball in his hands. Like Fierce can't have the ball in any capacity right now. What does he do?
There's just so many players that need the ball in their hands. Like Jordan has to have the ball. Fierce has to have the ball. Murphy, like you said, took a jump. And like to
Zion
be honest, the best version of Zion is when he's the point guard.
Yes. No, the best version of Zion is like your point guard is like Klay Thompson.
Yeah, like just give the ball to Zion. Everybody else kind of move out the way. Like let him be a wrecking ball. Maybe set him a screen or two and let him just get downhill. I am truly dumbfounded. I don't know what they're building towards. I don't see the vision necessarily.
I think this makes sense in like a Zionless future, but the Poole trade does not make sense in a Zionless future.
I would think with this pick, if it's this confusing to you guys, it was probably in their head they are just taking best player available, and they just saw Fears as the best player left on the board, and so they were just going to take him regardless.
That's not who Troy Weaver is, though. Troy Weaver not a BPA guy when he was with the Pistons.
So if you're the Nets here, like this is kind of like the nightmare scenario. I feel like everybody kind of wanted it.
I don't think so.
I think they're going to take a swing on Asenge.
Yeah, like Asenge is pretty solid to hear to me. Like you can also just like take Carter Bryant and him and Cam Johnson's your 3-4 and you figure it out next year. Like you push this back to next year. Like I think you could do the same thing with Caspers. I think like you just get a guy where you think he's going to be a starter, with like a higher floor. I know he's like the turnover stuff, but like I don't think going high floor here is ridiculous. And then if you want to go with the Asenge swing, I think that's fine. Like if you want to take Malawak, if you're like officially trading Nick Claxton, I think that's fine here.
Yeah, like
I guess I
I
like Queen. Like I'd take Queen here probably, but I don't think they're going to.
Yeah, like I guess what I was more so saying, like I agree with you guys. Like actually, when we went and did their like off-season preview or like the mock draft, I remember I did say I would probably just go 2 wings here, like with their picks and just try to build for next year. But I just everything I heard leaked to them before the draft was like they wanted to like get Ace Bailey or wanted to get Fears. Like they really wanted to take a swing here.
The one thing I will say though is this is a team that like historically is linked to everybody. Like they just tell everybody, we like you. Like they tell your agents, we like your guy. They tell media members, we like this guy. Like they like everybody. Like they've been linked to everybody this year. And I know they have 5 picks now, so like they're linked at every range. But like they're always historically like that's worked out. This worked out everybody.
Also, does this like drastically increase the chance that they're actually going to keep all 5 picks?
Probably.
Like
I think they're just keeping all 5.
It'll be harder because with the talent that's left, there's not going to be a lot of recipients that want to move back. Like if there was somebody falling, like if Ace was falling to 8 or 9, like maybe teams would have called them up, but
I think they just would have taken him then. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think the pick that's tradable is you trade 26 and 27 to go to like 22. Like maybe Thomas Sorber's there at 22 and they want him, and you don't think you want Kalkbrenner at 26. You take 26 and 27 to go get Sorber or whatever. Like I think that's if there is a move, that's what it is. Or you take 26 and what? Do they have 22? They have 22.
I'm about to say they have 22 now. 26.
I just saw a random number. They take like 26 and 22 and move to like 18. They might have 18. No, 18's the Wizards. So like they do some shit like that. I think is what they could do.
I guess there's also a world where they could like package 2 and move back, and like maybe the Kings try to get in at the latter half of the first draft or first round. They don't really have any picks in this year.
Like Kings could get in. Like there's like I could see Lakers trying to go get Calc. Like I think that makes sense for them. If Niederhauser has like people fighting for him at that early second, late first, maybe they want to go get him at 27. They can do some stuff here.
Yeah, as a Laker fan, I don't endorse Calc though. I don't think that's what I would want at our center position.
This could just be CMB. Like for all the reasons this could be a Senge, I think it could be CMB too.
Yeah, I think this
I
tells
like
a lot
there's
about
a possibility too.
Oh yeah.
That's saying like who on this roster do you care about?
Not really anybody.
Cam Johnson, who might not be on the team when this team's winning.
Yeah,
like I like Daron Sharp. Daron Sharp pretty good.
Even him, like
how
long they're gonna keep?
No, Daron Sharp's not stopping me from drafting a center.
Yeah, no. Yegor Demon, aggressive. I'm telling you, from everything I heard, they wanted to be like an upside swing. This is an upside swing.
This is an upside, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. Like this is the team where I think reaching on Yegor's is fine.
It's completely reasonable.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I mean, I feel like he was a name kind of heard buzzed around here, like at least the last 24 hours. Like it seemed like he kind of got a lot of late buzz.
Yeah.
But for this, I feel like it makes sense. I mean, Trey, Ace, all those are the guys they probably would have wanted. They're gone off the even Jeremiah Fears too, who I'm forgetting. Yegor, I think, is probably the other guy who maybe has some true upside swing as a lead guard too.
Yeah, like I don't think the gap between I was less high on Fears. I don't think the gap between Fears and Yegor is that big.
No.
So if you're just going upside swing, I get it. Like, and I think generally he fits the guys on the roster. Like they have people who he can throw lobs to, like whether it's Daron Sharp or Claxton. They have like generally some shooters. Like Zaire Williams, like generally spaces the floor well. Like Cam Johnson spaces the floor. Noah Kalani tries to space the floor and they'll like play him at the 5, so it's offering a little bit. Like Cam Thomas takes threes out of the catch. Like I think this is generally like a solid pick for them. Like it's a little high for where I like Yegor, but I like the fit.
Yeah, and I think another thing that's like with his size, like this is like I think him and Caspers were like the 2 guys they could do this with, where it doesn't necessarily restrict you from taking like whoever you want at your next draft pick either. Like if you are keeping all these draft picks, you can go guard along with Demon just because he might not be able to like be on the ball all the time, just from how he looked handling pressure at BYU in his first year. So like you could take another guard to take some of the pressure off and provide shooting. Like he kind of just fits with whatever you want to do next.
So do you see
like,
him as
wing,
like a
can
wing?
Play.
I think he could like he's some type of like weird hybrid in the way that Josh Giddey is. Like, I think eventually he'll grow, like his ball handling will grow into where like he could be a lead guard, but starting out, he might have to be like a secondary creator and just like kind of play the wing in a way.
Yeah, I don't think like in general right now, and that's almost why you take him.
Because like worst come to worst, he's a wing that can like really pass the ball and has good positional size, is a solid athlete, and you just hope the shooting comes along. So we're assuming this is my watch here at 9, right?
I don't know because there's the weird thing with the visa that I don't know if it's been resolved. I could also see them just liking Asenge more. Like Jakob Poeltl is like good. Like Jakob Poeltl's like a top 20 center at least. And if they just want to, I don't know how old he is, 30. Like they want to ride out with him because they seem to be trying to like fake win now almost. I don't know if you'd want Malak to just come in and be the backup. So I could see Asenge here. Also know like everything Darko out Ratovic, however you say his last name, is like he wants to be the Thunder. Like he wants everybody to dribble pass shoot, and that's Derek Queen. I know he don't shoot, but in terms of dribble pass, like there's nobody that size who does that to Derek Queen's level. Like I think that's almost who I'd go here. He's also just my BPA for me.
Yeah, I like
Queen.
BPA
at this
point. I like Queen here. I think it's probably Queen. I really like. Well, actually, my BPA is probably. Let me pull it up. Yeah, it's Coward actually.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. For me,
you got him like 8 then.
Yeah, I have him like I think it's like 9, like 8 or 9.
Who's your
I think
BPA
for me,
here?
I think for me it's Yakachonis, low key.
Okay. Who you take or your BPA?
BPA.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable take here too. Like he can play the 1 or the 2 with IQ.
Yeah. Here, I feel pretty confident they're gonna go with Senge, but
yeah, that's a very Raptors-y player.
Yeah, he fits their archetype. So about Asengwe, where do you guys like? I know Jake and Logan. I think you guys are talking about. You guys are pretty high on him. Are you concerned at all about maybe him not translating, like in a way similar to how his name is slipping my mind right now, but the Hornets first round pick last year did?
Salon.
Yeah, Salon.
Jake, you want to take this first?
I think right away he's probably going to be a better shooter than Tijon was last year. So I think just because of that fact, I think he'll at least be playable. He definitely isn't coming in with the frame and the size that Tijon came in. Like, even though he was young, Salon came in built, like ready for the NBA challenge.
Yeah.
So that's going to be his main thing. But I feel like the skill set wise, I feel like Asenge can at least come in off the bench 8th, 9th man. I don't think he'll start over Scotty Barnes or Brandon Ingram, but those are 2 really solid pieces that he can learn from and add to his toolbox, and I think become a pretty effective player here.
Yeah, I didn't like Salon that much last year. I don't know if he'd be a better shooter right away, but I agree that he will shoot better in time. Like, Asenge lacks just like clear shooting form right now, but he has touch from
his
like
free
the free throw
throws are
line
good too.
and like on his shot. It looks a lot better. Whereas like I watch Salon shoot and it's like you actually just aren't soft with the ball. Like coming out, it's just not soft at all, despite having like more repeatable mechanics. So I think like the ceiling as a shooter is a lot higher. Like significantly more dominant transition, and it's a little bit worse league. Like the BBL is a bit worse than the Jeep Elite. But just as an athlete, like I think he's a lot more fluid and functional. Salon was so much more like stiff. Very like Salon was so low feel on the defensive end. Like that's the thing this year that it was disastrous feel wise on both ends, but like particularly on defense, like just did not know where to be, could not adapt to NBA pace. Whereas like I've seen Asenge at multiple levels have timely rotations, whether it's in FIBA play, whether it's in ANGT events, whether it's in the BBL, like make timely rotations and play make. Like sometimes he gets a little passive and he won't try to play make at all, but he'll get like quarters, halves where he really gets that going. Whereas Salon, it was like you like lucked into that. Like you just chose to make a decision for no rhyme or reason, and it just happened to work out. Like I think the passing feels a lot better. Like it's a similar archetype of guy, but like I'm significantly higher on Sengai than I was on Salon. So I get the question. It's just I don't know, not the same guy to me. Like I didn't like Usman Jang that much either. I know that's another guy who gets thrown out here as an archetype.
Yeah, I would say just like his scoring was impressive to me. Like when I would like always like see the numbers, but like when I would watch the games, I feel like a lot of it was like getting to the line, which I just don't know if that's gonna come over.
Yeah, like he kind of foul bait, but the thing is he's willing to initiate contact. Like Salon was not.
Yeah. All right, so we have a pick.
We saw that
here.
it's not going to be him.
Calamari Boys.
Ooh, okay. I like this defensively a lot. A lot.
Yeah.
I think this really works.
Yeah, I think they needed somebody like another defender out there. Him and like if Scotty locks back in on that side of the ball, I think it could be pretty special. But
yeah,
they are a little shooting
like,
light though.
They were going to be with whoever they took though.
Yeah.
Like what you taking Liam here? You taking Jace?
Probably. Yeah, there's just not many. This is like a little weird, rough
like
patch.
Isn't that knocked down? Yeah, I actually quite like this pick because I think like defensively he really connects you. So like if you can go really big now, so you can go Jakob, him, Scotty, and then like IQ and BI. So like that's all guys that are I think IQ is like 6'4", but has like a 7-foot wingspan. Every other guy in the lineup is 6'7" plus, with like a true 7-footer. Like I think all those guys except probably BI are like good disruptors and play in lanes well and make timely rotations and can all like switch. Like BI can switch a little bit. He's just less like rotationally sound. It's just like the shooting's not really there. Like I think you just have to think Scotty's gonna shoot, which I assume they think like if they think he's the number one option and they're acting like it, he kind of just has to shoot. And I assume they just think he's gonna shoot. So and if you think he's gonna shoot, I think this is a pretty good pick.
Yeah, they're gonna be like a really annoying team to like have to play on like the second night of a back-to-back in
they're
Toronto.
huge now. Like all them dudes are thick except BI. Pause. And you got Jamal Shea getting into your shit too. Like,
oh yeah, they're gonna be one of the better defensive teams out east.
Yeah.
And like for what it's worth, like I know like a lot is said about like on offense, like it's not quite there in certain ways, but like he did just kind of kick ass last year at South Carolina. Like for the lack of tools or whatever there is, like he produced at least in the scoring category. So I'll be interested to see what it all exactly translates in the NBA. But if he can like kind of just work in that little like mid post to like in between blocks area, I think he could. He's really interesting for them because like I almost wonder like is there some scenario where they're like he could be like a small ball 5 for them against like certain teams, like where they just go like a lineup of like all wings and like everybody's tall, lanky, switchable, and like they just kind of go like kind of what the Rockets did to the Warriors when like they had KD and everything, where they just like went small and literally switched everything and just bothered the shit out of everybody's offense.
So this is the Suns. As to where our fucking Rockets at. It's so dumb.
Yeah, I hate that they can't wear the actual right hat. With the Suns here, where do we think
this is just
going?
Carter Bryant, right? This is whoever you like between Carter Bryant or Cedric Howard. I feel like it has to be. Maybe Malawak, actually.
I was going to say, I think it's a big. It's Queen or Kamal Malawak.
I wouldn't be surprised if they went point. They need somebody,
someone who guards, right?
Yeah, it has to be somebody who guards, but you kind of want somebody to distribute too. Do you think Traore necessarily guards good enough for you?
No, and they have too many guards in general. Like guard is off the table. Like Kasparas, Traore, like they're all off the table. Like if Fierce is here, I wasn't going to touch him. I think this is probably Malawak before Queen, because I think if this is going to work, like Devin Booker has to be a point guard.
Mm-hmm. And Malawak doesn't need the ball to be effective as much as Queen.
Yeah. So like I do worry about like the ball movement in general on this team, but I worry about the defense more. Like they were a bottom 3 defense last year, and I thought Kevin Durant was their best defender. Jalen Green don't defend, so I think you just go for the baseline rim protector. This could also this could be Baron J. I think if you want if you want the highest upside rim protector, I think his upside as a rim protector is better than Malawak. I think even like right now he might be a better rim protector than him. I just think offensively that's terrifying to put the guy who's incredibly raw on offense, albeit really gifted, into a team that does not have a point guard. Like I wouldn't want that for him. Like I like him a lot and want him to be 6. I think that would be bad. I think it's probably not good for Malawak either. That's why I'd almost just go like Carter Bryant.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is probably going to take a big hit. If I just like would have to guess, like it's a need. I think it's what you're saying is interesting about Baron J. In like he probably switches. He's probably a lot more defensively versatile than what Malawak is. Like Malawak might be the way better rim protector.
Yeah.
In a way, just because how big he is. But I think Baron J, like, I think he moves really, really well.
I think he's just like outright better than Malawak right now. Like right now and in the future. Like his instincts are better. He's more aggressive. I think he covers ground quicker. Like all that stuff. It's just on offense, he literally can only dunk right now. So
yeah. And this is kind of high.
Like he's super fluid and everything. So I think everything we said about them too could also just apply to Asa. If they think Asa can go play 4 and 5, and like he's playing heavy minutes, and they think we're gonna bet on the guy being a shooter from day one, I think that could apply here. Like now I don't have that kind of. I don't have a top 10 grade on Asa at all. Like I'm a lot lower on him because I think his offense is all theoretical. But if they're buying into that theory, I don't think I would have passed him.
Oh, we just got a trade.
Fired for CMB or for this pick.
Wow.
It was
for this pick. Oh wait, no, not for this one. Later.
The Charlotte Hornets are trading center Mark Williams to the Phoenix Suns for the 29th pick and a 2029 first round pick.
Oh, so they ain't guarding nobody. That's a fucking deal for Charlotte. Jesus Christ.
What is Phoenix doing? They just got capital and gave it away for Mark.
Wait,
Williams.
no. Okay, that's not their 2029 first. That's one of those like Utah, Cleveland, Minnesota swap ones they got when they did the 3-for-1 deal. So that 2029 pick's not very good.
Utah, Cleveland, or
Minnesota.
I'll have to read more.
First of those 3, from my understanding.
Oh, okay.
So that's like the 25th pick at best, probably, because that's 2029 Anthony Edwards. I hope Utah has it figured out by 2029, and then that's 2029 Evan Mobley and whatever happens out over there. So okay, so this is then just Carter Bryant or Neek, or not Neek. Well, it could be Neek maybe, but or Cedric.
Yeah, this is most likely a Ford. Let's see which one they're gonna go with here. Come on, what the hell?
Are they trading out of this?
They have to be. There's no way they went double big and took a big last year.
Oh yeah, they have Oso, and Oso was like pretty good.
Solid.
Yeah, he was okay. He was their best center by like on offs.
And they traded for Nick Richards. And they traded for Nick Richards last year. Are they just trying to be the Hornets West? Something's going on here.
Feel like Malawak got to be on the move here, right?
Yeah.
You don't.
This can't.
You don't for if you're then taking Malawak.
This is like
because you have to extend Mark Williams. There's no point in trading for him if you're not extending him. So then
I think this might
be literally just a career. Unless here's the thing, Matt Ishbia is fucking psycho. He could just think, you know how we're going to defend? We're going to run out 2 7-footers. He could think that's like
for 48.
Yes, he could think that's like the route. Yeah, and he said did you read it, the company out about like he's going to take a bigger role in scouting and team ops, which is because that goes for every owner. But I feel like he's got to be on the move here. I'm gonna rapidly refresh Twitter.
Now who's he on? I think they sniped Chicago. If I would have to guess, if I had to guess, they sniped Chicago. Just because
Okay, so this
Chicago is-
2029 first, by the way, it's the least favorable of Cleveland, Utah, and Minnesota. So yeah, it's just not a very good pick. And I don't like the Hornets getting 29 because they can just swing on some dude who falls.
What the?
What did they drafted first center and traded for one in the same 2 minutes.
Yeah, I love the
Wow,
idea
having
of
two.
oh, we were way too small last year, so now let's just go get too big so we don't have that issue. But it's like
They're the
But,
Phoenix
like-
shooting guards and centers. That's it. That's all.
I don't think either of these dudes like guard that well,
yeah.
right?
I mean,
Like Mark Williams is like low key just not good on defense.
they just
and
have like a
then-
lot of.
Mallock's a rookie. Like you can't expect him to be that good.
I mean, I really have no clue what this is. So they have to be moving this. There's no way, right?
I don't know. So this is a Sengar Carter Bryant with Portland.
For sure, probably. Well, they did just trade, but they got Holiday. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is.
Yeah, they ain't taking a guard. I don't think they're
Yeah.
the Kasparos team.
Nah,
which
I don't
means-
think so.
That means probably Kasparos is a bull because he's Lithuanian. Arturas Karnisovas is Lithuanian and
I can
loves
see that.
people who went to Illinois. Which I don't hate that pick for what it's worth, but I would almost guarantee that.
Yeah, him and why am I slipping on his name? Modest are going to be pretty entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
But I'm still just in shock of this. What Phoenix is. I really just cannot guess the logic here. I don't.
I just don't get it.
I think you guys
So, like,
might
you
be
gotta win
overrating
now.
the centers they've already had on the roster. I don't
It's
think
not
any of the
even-
guys. you
no, I know
named-
they're bad, but I
Yeah,
don't know
it's
why
not
you would
about-
take someone who's basically going to be a career backup at this point with the 10th pick. Because that's the thing, you
Yeah, it's-
have to extend Mark Williams. He's got 1 year left on his deal. What are you going to trade 2 firsts for him and let him walk? Like, so then Malawak is just the backup, or you're paying Mark Williams like $20+ million, whatever he gets because of the injury shit. But like anywhere from 20 to 30 million, you're paying him that much to be your backup center.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, like I feel
But
like
you're already in cap hell, by the way, because they got the Jalen
Yeah.
Green extension, Bradley Beal money. Like they're still paying Nasir Little. And they released him. They stretched his contract out. They're still paying him. Like
yeah, and it's like one other person they're still paying, but it's not necessarily about the players. It's like it's the process. Like I don't really understand the process of like the last 2 years you trade for a center from Charlotte. Like, ideally, you basically picked which one you wanted when you made that trade because they were both available. So you picked Nick Richards. After
think
you
they
drafted,
I don't think they could have traded for him at the deadline because
Oh,
the second first round pick to do it. Because I don't think they would have taken the 28 and 2029 swaps. I think they wanted a this year pick, which they didn't have to be tradable
Have
at the time
at the
because of
time.
Stepien rules. Yeah. Shout out.
So I
Stepien.
guess that's
We
fair.
got,
but like
we got another trade. Should I spoil or do you
Okay.
guys want to? I think it's
Is
for
it
this pick too.
for this next pick or is it for Malawak?
It's for the next pick.
spoil.
Yeah, let's
What's
talk
going
about
on?
it.
Okay. The Trailblazers are trading.
that's fun.
Cedric Coward at number 11 to the Memphis Grizzlies.
I like
the
that.
Grizzlies, the
I like
Grizzlies
that a
really
lot.
wanted him. Nah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. I
But
like
it
that a
hasn't
lot.
said what for though. But
I assume
the
it's
initial-
16 and a future
Yeah.
first or something, or
One of
Santi
those
Aldama.
Magic. Yeah, probably I would guess like the closest Magic first that they just got.
Maybe it's
Doesn't
16
really
and
get-
25.
Could be actually.
Or no, not 25. 16. Magic have 25 this year. I'm tripping.
No, or isn't that the one they traded to Memphis or no?
No, they traded 16.
Trade 16. They traded 16.
Yeah, they still have 25.
As a Laker fan, it is a little agitating. We can't get one center, and the Mavericks and Phoenix have 10. So Cedric Coward, I was like almost willing to bet that the Thunder were gonna package their picks and try to get up and get him. I just feel like he's kind of their type of guy. But I wonder they've been like kind of quiet and they have to do something. So I'm wondering what that is and like when.
You talking about the Thunder?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, Madishby is a dumbass.
I don't know what is going on in Phoenix, to be quite honest. I just keep refreshing, waiting for a trade. What happened?
They just
He went up and said we have a trade to announce, and he announced that 10 is going to the Suns as a part of the Kevin Durant deal that's been done for 4 days or whatever.
He needs to take his ball head.
Shout out Said, man. Said.
Oh, that chain is nice.
Nah, that's pretty hard.
Yeah. Played 6 games this year, and he had lottery pick.
He's like really good. Like to me, like going back and watching like some of like I was watching Chris Vernon's show, oddly enough, a Memphis Grizzlies radio show, and they were talking about he finished at 72% around the rim this year, like in his time.
He did like last year too. He was like some ridiculous number last year. That
is insanity. Like for reference, like Zach Edey didn't finish that high around the rim for as tall as he was. So like this is somebody who can get to the rim, finish at the rim, can really shoot the ball, has real defensive upside, and he's like a part of that exclusive club of wings that have like a plus 7'2" wingspan or like 7'2" or above wingspan. That like
and a strap, by the way.
Yeah, like he's someone I just think is like the perfect role player for Memphis, and like I'm interested to see what they're gonna do because I still think they need like a third best player, but I think they have like the perfect kind of role player set up for whenever they get like the last piece that they're missing.
On the wing, they got Vince Williams. They got Said now. Like I'm missing a dude, aren't I? Like I'm just missing someone who's good. I mean, they have Santi.
Yeah, they got
Jalen Wells. That's something. So they got the 2 Washington State guys this last 2 years, coaching staffs. But no, I this pick it's just so simple. Like I don't even know what to say about it. Like drill past shoot, wing.
Okay, we have the details right away about the trade. So the Grizzlies are sending number 16, a 2028 first, and 2 seconds to Portland for Cedric Coward.
That feels right.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. No robberies there.
Yeah.
How many more trades do we think we'll see by the end of the night?
So we got 1 already, right? 2?
Yeah.
1?
You gotta think Brooklyn will be in there at least once.
I feel like they gotta. I assume OKC's in there because they just can't roster 2 players.
I would say 3, but like 2 are like pretty small at the very end of the draft.
Yeah, we get like another mystery one.
Yeah.
Okay, so apparently Kobe White or Lonzo's getting traded, right?
Yeah. I mean, should have happened already.
Report? What the hell was that?
Just the last minute. Hey, before they pick, they're trading one of these 2 guys.
This is just Kasparis, right? I'm assuming that's why they'd want to trade those guys too, is they want Kasparis to be the point guard.
Never know.
Oh damn! There's a video of Colin Murray Bros after getting picked by the Raptors, shaking his head and saying "fuck."
Oh, for real?
Zach LaVine type.
Fuck, like I'm happy and I made it, or like mad fuck.
Can't tell. He's kind of smirks after, so I'm wondering if it's like a fuck.
I think
like,
it's gotta be.
I got picked. Yeah.
Yeah. I know dudes will say this shit is so stressful.
Man. Oh yeah. Okay. So apparently we don't have the audio on. I don't know if you guys can hear it on your end for the draft, but apparently we have like our first like blooper of the night. Instead of Malika Andrews apparently said Colin Cowherd was.
Oh yeah, she said can't call him Cowherd or whatever. Cedric Cowherd.
Which I mean, I'm sure he can shoot. I hope he can maybe get out there, guard a little. So we're pretty sure this is Yakachonis here.
I actually
Atlantis.
just got hit with a tweet from December where I said, "Would you still draft Cedric Howard despite the season-ending injury?" And the dude responded with, "What we think now." And I'm gonna just respond with, "I finished with him. Where did I finish with him? Finished with him 12."
So let's see. Let me check the chat. Make sure there's no questions in here.
Yeah, chat's been slow since.
Yeah.
The viewership has
locked.
dropped.
That's
Yeah.
kind of expected, though. I feel like most people just want to see the top.
Yeah.
Real sickos are at this point.
We've been up for
I mean, if
What,
you care
over
about what
almost
Arturas
2 hours?
Karnisovas does, you are a sicko.
Very much so. Let's see here. I'm still like the beginning of this draft. Still like there has to be at least one trade, like whether it's Ace or it's Malawatch, like something. It just doesn't feel right.
That Pollock one is, I don't get it.
well,
I wouldn't
Jacob
be
Padilla,
surprised.
if you guys know him, he tweeted that the Suns worked out the trade for Williams because they didn't think he would fall. So maybe that deal was already like set before the draft, and it just
So
got
can they,
announced
like-
now or something.
Can they like renege on it? Like, can they like go back on
I
the
just think they
trade?
can just move Malawag.
Yeah, that too.
Who said this? Here, throw the tweet in the chat.
That was just from Jacob Padilla.
Jacob Adela. Okay, I'll pull this up.
Oh wait, I think there's another trade. Oh yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me read
What do we
it.
have?
He just deleted it, but I think there's
Was it Shove?
it involved the Hawks.
It involved
but
the
I couldn't-
Hawks.
I
Getting
couldn't see
come
that.
on.
Okay,
There it is. It's back
I
up.
can see that.
the Hawks are trading the number 13 pick in the draft to the Pelicans for the 23rd and an unprotected 2026 first round, the most favorable of the New Orleans and Milwaukee.
Okay.
So the Pelicans back inside the lottery after they already took
Okay.
Jeremiah Fears.
Oh God, what are they gonna do?
Bang,
Dude,
yeah.
Yeah,
Just take Carter Bryant. I assume he's gonna be there. Just take Carter Bryant.
Carter Bryant or Bang J? What do you think they do here?
You still have a Sengai there too.
Oh
Yeah.
I think it's there.
I look, he might just take a Senge. I'd Carter. No, I'd take Carter Bryant.
I would take Carter Bryant. If I'm
Yeah.
choosing between those two, I have Carter
If
Bryant.
I'm the
a
Bulls, I'd
decent
take
amount
Carter
above.
Bryant. I just know they won't.
Yeah, no, this is a lock, pretty much.
all right.
So
let's see
they
what
so they traded for Mark Williams, not thinking Malawak would get there, and then they took him anyway.
There has to be. They're probably going to try to like get out of that Mark Williams deal for a second, like
They gonna fail his physical.
fellas physical or just like, yeah, there's no way. They
No, there's
couldn't
nothing
like
gay.
him that much.
It was not a lock.
Whoa.
Bulls took a player who
That's a
can't shoot.
shocker.
I was right. Said it in my article this morning. They taken a non-shooter.
That's what they
I
do.
did it.
I mean, they are
Sunday to
really
the
like
Bulls.
they are really like tall and long on the wing now. Like him and Matas next to each other. Like
Yeah,
really.
I like him. I just don't like their team.
Yeah.
I mean, they get out in transition. He's great in transition. I guess that part of
Hey.
it's good. They just haven't
He-
shown to develop shooters very well. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm excited to see what a full season post Zach LaVine era like begins to look like for Chicago.
Neither of Lonzo or Kobe White got dealt. Total nothing bomb.
lied to us.
Oh, okay. We know what the Pelicans traded for, but I won't spoil in case we want a live
is-
reaction.
I think I might just know who it is. Is it the guy that the betting odds were at 7?
To
No
be
way.
honest, I don't even know who was who the betting
Cam know who I'm
odds
talking
were.
about. Is it DQ?
Wow.
I'm not gonna say anything.
It's DQ, but that's crazy. That is 2 people in this class that they had no business taking. This is an odd team, man.
I think
if it's DQ, this is odd.
Four dudes who can't hoop talking ball. Which Ben is this?
That's
Is that Ben
definitely
Rush?
That's definitely been. Oh, let me see.
Would Ben Rush have an MJPFP?
That's for sure, Ben. That's for sure, Ben. Ben's been
How much
getting carried
Adderall
all
do you think
summer.
Shams is on right now?
A lot. A metric ton. Let's see. Wow. Yep, I accidentally just bumped into it, Brandon.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah.
It's DQ.
I mean, do you want me to spoil it?
It's DQ.
I mean, at this
saw
point,
Brandon's
y'all know.
reaction.
At this point, y'all know. So
Yeah, I saw
it's
Brandon's
DQ.
reaction.
yeah.
That
You know,
is.
did you see that NBA DraftNet tweeted today that Atlanta had promised Asa Newell if he got there?
That's
Just
a
another
lot.
example of NBA DraftNet not knowing shit. NBA DraftNet don't know shit.
Funny part, I met that guy at EYBL. He's actually kind of nice.
You told me that, yeah.
Or one of the guys. Yeah, he's actually kind of nice, but
They don't know
that's
shit.
not
Oh my
true.
God. Their rankings
I-
are bad. They never
could've
have
told him.
real intel.
That is not true.
Yeah. Fuck no. He might not go top 20.
He might not go tonight.
Who going first,
Which-
him or Liam? Who the Montverde player going
Liam.
I
last?
feel like it's gotta be Liam, right?
It's Liam.
You think Liam goes first?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like Asa too. Like, I like both of them. I'll probably like Liam more than Asa just by a little bit, but I think the league is not really high on Asa from what I've been like from looking at different teams. They just don't seem to be that high.
Yeah,
I feel like it's kind of going under the radar that Atlanta just picked up an unprotected next year's pick from New Orleans.
Yeah.
In that stacked West, like, do we think
That's-
New Orleans is going to be higher than 9th?
You're lying.
Wait,
There's no way.
yeah, it
That's
is.
cap.
No,
That's
it is.
cap. There's no.
It's the
They-
most favorable of them or Milwaukee. So if gets hurt, like doesn't
Or if
play.
they trade Giannis at the trade deadline.
Yeah, if Giannis just gets hurt,
Holy smokes. They can't. I like Derek Queen, but Jesus Christ.
no.
What?
Troy Weaver, you're a terrorist.
Like,
You
even
are
if
absolutely
it doesn't turn into a top 5 pick, if they miss the playoffs and it's in the lottery, if they move up or if they're within the top like 10, that's a very valuable pick.
To me, the 2026 class, just in general, top to bottom, is like I'm still working on it, like, because it's still early. But like, if I was doing like a conversion, like, I think mid first rounder next year would be like a top.
Yeah, let me pull up who I got at
10-ish.
14 that year, right now, because I have like a board already. Okay, so I got Dash Daniels at 14. I think Dash Daniels is probably better than like who do I have at 14? Is it Yegor? I think.
Is
Colin
Dash
Marbles at
Daniels?
14.
Dash Daniels, do you have him in relation to Trey Johnson? Where do you have him? Under or over? You just have to say.
Lower. Like
Jeremiah
okay, so I
Fears.
trade 5 or 6 in this class. Where I had Dash, but like Dash at 14 and Colin Bowles at 14, like Colin Bowles is fit dependent, so it's like Colin Bowles was impossible to rank because if I'm certain NBA teams, I'm like not drafting him in any capacity. But if I'm other NBA teams, he might be like the 5th best player on my board. So like at 15, I had Baron J. I have Braden Burries at 15. I would probably take like Braden Burries to be a better player.
Like, to be honest, I think I'm looking at mine here, like the like brief stuff I have so far. I have like I think like a middle first round pick would probably like most of the guys I have around this range would probably go over Fears for me. So like that would be like the equivalent of like a top 10 pick in this year's class. Fair to say?
Yeah, I have Fears 11, and I would take like who do I have 11? Is it like Chris Sinak? I think I have Chris Sinak there. I would take Chris Sinak over him.
Well, it's just insane because this basically means, unless I'm wrong, this basically means New Orleans is going
They're trying to
win
win.
now in the West with Jordan Poole, Zion Williamson, Yves Missy, and Trey Murphy.
And Herb.
Yeah.
Herb and Trey might be the two best players on the team. Because Zion can't play. He don't play. I mean, can I talk about it on the air? The thing?
Sure.
He might be in prison. He is facing a sexual assault lawsuit. Like,
I'm pretty sure that was filed civilly at least.
yeah, but he can get suspended by the league or whatever. Like,
Yeah,
he could be not playing basketball like ever again. That is like a real possibility.
Like
that's why I think you have to keep him and hope he didn't do it because he's an untradeable asset. Like, there's not a team on the planet that would, even with the health concerns, that would trade for him right now. Like, not even Charlotte, who is shown to give not very nice people, to put it lightly, second chances. But then actually trying to win is crazy.
I like Derek Queen in a vacuum. I like Jeremiah Fears in a vacuum. Like, I don't want this to like sound like we're like shitting on them as players. Like, I really like these two players in a vacuum. I just think they're like kind of the worst possible fits in the Pelicans system. Like, unless there's something I don't know, like unless there's like some offense they're gonna run that I haven't seen or like I don't understand how it works. Like,
what offense do you run where your only shooter is Trey Murphy?
In Jordan Poole, I guess. It's like Jordan Poole.
Yeah, Jordan shooter. So you have two guys who shoot on the team. Because Herb's like doesn't really get closeouts generally, but like doesn't get hard closeouts. Zion's a non-shooter. Queen's a non-shooter. Missy's a non-shooter.
I don't know what offense you run, but I definitely know what defense other teams
I guess
are
Jordan
run.
Hawkins can shoot, but that's about the only thing he can do.
Yeah. Like, I don't know what offense you run, but I know what defense other teams are going to run. It's going to be a lot of zone, a lot of boxing up. Like, I really don't get the vision here. Like, I mean, it depends on how attached they are to what they have, though. Because, like, while we're saying they're sitting here trying to win, like, but then, like, it just makes no sense.
They just traded the pick. They have to be.
Yeah.
Like, you can't trade Trey Murphy now. You can't. I wouldn't trade Trey Murphy no matter. If I'm tanking, I'm not trading Trey Murphy. Like, there's no world where I'm trading Trey Murphy unless someone comes in with, like, 4 firsts.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Either an
it'd have to be like a
overhaul
grandfather
of picks,
offer.
and you have to get picks, like at least one next year, or if you're trading him and you're getting, like, a package for, like, a legit player. But I don't know if there's anything on New Orleans that would get them a good enough player.
I guess if, like, you're flipping Trey Murphy for Jaylen Brown, right? So you're trading picks in Trey Murphy for Jaylen Brown. Like, yeah, I'd move Trey Murphy in that scenario, but like Jaylen Brown on that this Pelicans team, like, that's the thing. Nobody fits this team, so you have to get players who fit other people. Like, they help people fit. Like, that's what Herb and Trey are. That's why they're awesome. And Derek Queen is fit dependent, and Jeremiah Fears is fit dependent. They don't fit the guys that they got.
Yeah, I don't really know what the Pelicans are going for here. San Antonio's up here next.
What do the Spurs do here? I think that I would trade out of this pick.
I think I'll go Carter Bryant.
Take Carter Bryant, right?
I'm about to say, I'll go
I
Carter Bryant.
think he's actually, like, available. I'm just taking Carter Bryant.
If I'm OKC, I would be so hot if he's gone and I'm the next.
I think I might go Neek Clifford here.
I'd consider Neek just as, like, he's older and, like, can come in and just hoop a little bit better early, but, like,
if they didn't have Fox, I would consider it. I feel like if they didn't have, like, older pieces and, like, presumably maybe bringing Chris Paul back, like, I'll probably go someone older, but
yeah.
Carter Bryant.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Do we need to talk
dream
about
scenario
Carter
for
Bryant's?
them.
That's a good draft for San Antonio right there.
Oh, yeah. Like, You just got a lockdown defender, knockdown shooter, play the ball, can play the 4, can play the 3, maybe even play the 2. Like him, Wemby, and Castle's like defensive infrastructure is chef's kiss. Like help space the floor for Dylan and Steph if you're worried about both of them not shooting, and like even Fox is not like an incredible shooter. So this is like an easy ass pick.
And like I really like
they probably sprinted to that podium.
Yeah, I really like the defensive like makeup of this team now. Like Stephon Castle can really guard. Dylan Harper is not like a super great defender, but like he's always kind of positioning in the right spot. To me, like he's like
like he'll make some like high level reads. Yeah,
and like he's a big body. Like he's like we've seen the type of defenders that make an impact. When like if you just look at Oklahoma City's team, like look at how Dort's built, look at how Caruso's built. Like
this team is built.
Yeah, like they really have guys.
Steph, Dylan, and Carter are all like Keldon Johnson's big.
Yeah,
like Sochan's big. Like they're big fucking. I forgot Sochan's even on the team. They're gonna defend the shit out of people.
This is gonna be
this is like a home run draft.
Yeah, this is a tough nose Spurs team. Sam Vecini, we might need to have the league take over New Orleans basketball again.
I agree. Troy Weaver's. I mean, oh my god, dude! I don't even know how he got a job though. Like, why'd they hire him? He was a disaster.
I think he's close to Dumars. I just don't know why you'd hire him. He led the Detroit Pistons to
utter fucking disaster. The moment he got out of the building, they turned it around.
All right, I'm looking right now at. I went from top down in the West, and I'm counting at least 9 teams that I would pick ahead of New Orleans.
No, I did ask off top on a dome. I might pick every team but the Jazz. Because I can't trust Zion to play.
I mean, Phoenix this year was ahead of New Orleans. I don't know if they're going to be that good this year. Portland, I could see Portland taking a slight jump forward. They could get to 500. They only needed like 5 more wins to get to 500.
I think they're just outright better than New Orleans.
So at best, we're looking at a play-in.
No, they're like at best the 10 seed. And that's like so AD gets hurt and Kyrie misses the whole year and Cooper Flag gets to solo ball with a bunch of good role players, sure, but like can he do that? Or Luka and LeBron go down. Like there's worlds where they get in, obviously, but like so they're better than Sacramento. I forgot they exist.
So you've got Atlanta now with Porzingis.
Are you sure about that?
Are the Pelicans better than Sacramento?
Sacramento kind of just always like I'm looking at Sacramento like the Bulls, and that Bulls team like always kind of like with Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan, like they kind of always just find a way to. True, but in the West last year they were still kind of the same thing. Like they just kind of find a way to be like Like they're not good. Don't get me wrong. Like they'll hover around 500 to slightly below 500. I think there's a lot of outcomes where this Pelicans team is an utter disaster next year.
Oh yeah, no. If Zion's out and Trey's out, like if those two dudes just don't play, it's nothing. But
yeah, like if
they have a higher ceiling than Sacramento.
Yeah, but the floor is just so much.
Yeah, like, probably. The floor is legitimately worse than the Jazz. Like if Ace comes in and it's like solid, like. Hey, maybe this is actually a future All-Star that we got. And
yeah, but the Jazz, I don't think the Jazz are going to be pushing for a play-in.
Well, I mean, if
Austin Ainge
he said the tank, he said the tanking is done.
That's the thing; they don't have to. They don't have to tank to be the worst team in the conference.
I mean, to be honest though, like the Jazz are always kind of solid before they start just obliterating tanking. Like,
who are they getting wins off of next year?
I counted down from the draft order, and I just completely glossed over Dallas being at 1. I didn't even count Dallas, and they're going to be better next year. So that's 10 teams that I would pick over New Orleans.
Yeah. And I'm picking Portland. I'm picking I'm definitely picking Portland. I'm probably picking Phoenix too. Like Devin Booker's still Devin Booker. And like I think they'll probably score points. Like Mark Williams is a great finisher. It's the defensive side that's an issue. If they're keeping Common, like he can probably give you some backup rim protection and like keep you afloat. Like Royce O'Neal's still on the team and is solid. Like I think Brad Beal probably gets better. Actually, no, because Jalen Green's there. One of Jalen Green or Bradley Beal will put up numbers and be like
Jalen Green is gonna Jalen Green's gonna average 20 points. Like he did it last. He basically did it last year. Like,
But
he's
is he
gonna
better than Bradley Beal?
probably
I
at this
don't.
point.
I
in
don't
Beal's
think he
career.
is.
I think so at this point in Beal's career.
So go ahead, Brandon.
I was just gonna say Jalen Green is literally the type of player who have 30 just off of transition points one game, and then it's 5 points the next, and it's just
Yeah.
flips and
Whereas
flops.
Brad Beal can actually go like get a guy and like run a pick and roll and like make the right read and like get to his spot in the mid range, like way more developed shooter than Jalen. Like I know he had like a disaster year and is like the poster child for like we make bad trades now. He still averaged 30 points a game 2 years ago or whatever, like 2-3 years ago, and has always had a less than Jalen. Like Jalen got numbers because Jalen got to take shots. Brad Beal got numbers because Brad Beal was good. It's just not a bad.
I have no clue what that's
So
like though. All three of them is gonna be.
Yeah. So who we got for OKC? I would take like Sorber, maybe. I think. I
Okay,
really
I'll-
like
Jonas
the
is still on
idea
the
of
board,
Sorber's
too.
fit for them.
I like Sorber. I like Yakachonis. Also,
Like Casper's
would
is, yeah, another one.
I also would not mind. What was I just thinking about? I'm sorry, I was just blanked. What was it? I was just thinking about somebody. I'll come back to me in 1 second. I'm about to pull it up.
How do we feel if they like reach on McNeely? Like they,
I don't
despite
hate
winning the
it.
title,
Bad at
didn't
all.
really shoot very well. And you just take
I don't
the
think
guy
that's
you
bad
think's
at
gonna be
all.
knocked down.
Simply because like I think he's a guy who can play great team defense. Obviously, we talked about the shooting a little bit earlier, but I think we all agree like this was a down year for him. And
Yeah.
I think
Like
for
he will shoot.
yeah,
It's just
I
he might
think-
not be 40+%.
yeah, and I think the dream fit for me to him would be like a team like the Magic. And even though the Thunder just won the championship, I feel like we saw that their 3-point shooting isn't always, it's not a sure thing.
Yeah.
And with McNeely, I feel like you have a safer bet on the floor. So I'm not mad at that pick at all. I feel like that would actually be a pretty good reach, if you want to call it.
Yeah, I would
Quickly,
still
before
probably
they
go. You go ahead, Cam.
Before they announce really fast, is this too early for Walter Clayton in a sense? Like kind of like an Isaiah Joe replacement.
I just
Allow
don't
you to
think he
move some
fits
money.
their identity on the defensive end. Like they're huge, Cam. Like
Yeah.
what
true.
does Walter Clayton do next year that you can't have like AJ Mitchell do, or like Topic? Because they lacked ball handling, but like AJ Mitchell was a good rookie. Like struggled in the finals because it's the goddamn finals. But and then I assume they think Topic will be good. Like I think Topic will be good.
I was just saying for maybe like a shooting swing, like maybe just
Okay, it's
like get
Sorber.
that. It's horrible. Yeah, that makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, I like this fit a lot. Like he does a lot of the passing things that they love out of big men. Great finish at the rim, like huge length, block shots well. And he gets to like chill for a little bit, like with Hart and Chet, and be like a third big, which I think is really like developmentally good for young big men, especially when they have the perimeter defenders they do, and like the scheme versatility and scheme consistency at the same time. Like all the dudes know what to execute play to play. And then, yeah, when Hartenstein's gone, because I assume that third year of the contract will be somewhere else, because then they got to clear their
Yeah,
sheet to pay
most
Chet
likely.
Dub, and Shea's going to be on like $65 million or whatever. Then he comes in, he's the backup. You could probably play him a little bit with Chet, like you do Hartenstein. Like, I really like this fit a lot.
Yeah, I think he's kind of similar to Hartenstein in some ways. Like he can like really pass.
Yeah.
Like better than I thought he could. Like when I went back and watched him, like he actually really does have a good passing field, and his arms are like so long. Like he moves
7'6".
actually okay. He can kind of move his feet a little bit on the like. I just think he's kind of similar to Hardenstein in a lot of ways to me. Like it's just kind of just
Yeah,
the
like,
replacement.
I don't think he moved great, but he did lose like 25 pounds going into this freshman year. Like he was, Justice and I did a Big East like draft preview to start the year. We did a primary conference. We like didn't talk about Sorber, and we talked about this dude Julius Halafanoa, who's an Australian who we really liked, who he ended up not playing, and Sorber was the guy who balled because Sorber was like 285 pounds in high school, and I'm like, oh, he just can't play, and then he played. So if he loses more weight, it's like maybe he moves a little bit better and protects the rim even better.
And he's like really strong too. Like if you go and watch some of his possession at Georgetown, he really roots people out down low. Like he
moving dudes.
I think another way he's similar to iHeart, like he's gonna be physical enough to really get Shea, J Dub, and those guys separation off screens.
Yeah, I really like this pick a lot. The Pelicans.
I still just can't get over the fact, like, Atlanta just added Porzingis. They're going to have Trey, Porzingis, Jalen Johnson, Reese Shea, and potentially, who knows how good their luck could be in a potential lottery unprotected next year. That's
Well, yeah, and like I thought, like Mo Gay was pretty good this year. Like he could be eighth guy. They got Karis LeVert still, right? Karis LeVert was pretty good for them once they traded for him. But like that trade was funny. That
well,
whole
it's
like
just
3-teamer.
like,
Because
what
like,
is
Bogdan was
stopping?
better in L.A. than Karis was in Cleveland, and then DeAndre was better than him. But then Karis was better than Bogdan was in it. Like it worked for everybody. It was a weird win-win-win trade.
Yeah.
There's really not much stopping potential 26 unprotected pick for Atlanta being what Dallas had
Yeah.
this year. And they
Or
if they
like
added
Houston.
like
It can be Houston's.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't have to jump. It can just be like the 10th pick. And the 10th pick next year could be like Chris Sinak. It could be
Elijah Arenas. It could be all.
He ain't making it to 10.
I don't think so, either, but
So I'll tell some intel on the pod now. It's not related to this draft. So Elijah Arenas is not fully medically cleared to play basketball yet, but like has been going in and getting some like low key workouts in. He'll sleep in the gym so he can work out at 5 a.m. Like he's like, yo, can I sleep in here? What? Yeah, I want to get up at 5 a.m. and start shooting. And the door's like literally done. And he's like, and I don't want to make the managers like wake up at 5 a.m. to come get me, so I'll just sleep here. Okay, dude. Okay.
nah, he's a psychopath. Like he's
Yeah.
a lot like his dad in that way. Like he's just a
Yeah.
real.
And he's
grinder.
more mature than Gil was at that age. Gil had a little.
By far, yeah.
Cuckoo.
He doesn't have the psychopath like off court personality.
Yeah.
But
Comes to the locker room.
Nah, but he's someone like I heard Gil talking about like how like when he gets to get his workouts in, because I don't think he can technically be with the team at the moment, but like
Yeah, he's not medically cleared to play 5-on-5 yet.
yeah, so he's somebody who's going to be like really good in next year's class. But like next year's class is top to bottom. Like it's almost like concerning because like which one of these guys aren't going to deliver because like no class ever carries over all.
Yeah, like
the
Braden
guys.
Burries could just like suck. Like Chris Kanak could just like suck.
Yeah, it's like
Cole
kinda-
Pete, it's like, oh, he can't shoot. He don't do anything. Like there are guys who could have red flags, but they look real good right now.
I'm about to say I believe in
This could
all
be a
of them.
big-
at first.
This could be a big pick for Portland because we were just talking about how they are kind of on the brink of
Yeah.
stepping into that play-in range. And if they can hit on something decent right here, like I would really like that for them.
I'm trying to think who I might just go Kasparis pretty easily here, right? Can play like off the ball next to Ja. Like he's a good catch and shoot shooter, like way more than he is a pull up shooter. Defends generally like okay, and this is a team that does have like real defensive infrastructure. This could also be Baron J. Oh wait, I was just talking like it was the Grizzlies. I'm dumb. This
This is the Portland.
yeah.
I still don't mind
Kasparis. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Because he can
mind
play off the
Kasparis.
ball with whichever combo of like
Shaden
whoever it ends up
or
being. I think it's
Scoot,
more
yeah.
likely Scoot than Shaden, respectfully.
I'm
Shaden kinda-
see. I'm the
not-
other way. I like
Yeah, both
Shaden.
ways, like you're swinging for the fences, but Shaden like low basketball IQ compared to Scoot. So I'll take the
Yeah.
higher basketball IQ guy. Shaden also like literally can't play off the ball at all, despite being a 2 guard who doesn't pass. So
It's not what he's out there for. He's out there to get buckets, man. He's the Western Conference Cam Thomas, but with a jetpack.
big ass jetpack. Big ass jetpack. Who else could this be?
I could see like a Liam McNeely, maybe like just
Oh,
some more shooting.
No, is this just Neek?
I could see that as well.
Yeah, like McNeely is the name. It could also be if they're a little higher on him, but like this feels like just Neek.
I can see Neek. I could oddly see Fleming here too.
I just don't.
I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it.
He's a-
but
He fits like
their,
some of the Toronto
long
identity,
defense,
or not
too.
Toronto, excuse me, Portland identity.
Oh my goodness. Unless this is not. Is Jake Fisher legit?
Yeah.
Generally,
I feel like
spit it out.
What is it, man?
Yeah, bro, just he stopped
What
reading.
is he doing?
Well, I'm asking because another a Portland
Another
a Portland
trade back?
radio person reposted. No, I don't even want to say it because I think it's a troll.
Quick,
But
That's
yeah.
gotta be fake. That's gotta be fake.
Tell me, what is going on here, people?
Unless
Yang
it's
gang.
Sean's.
Huh?
Yang gang.
I'm
Hanson
seeing
Yang.
Hanson Yang at 16.
Whoa.
That's gotta
Unless
be.
this is a troll.
I like Hanson.
Jake Fisher's
but,
real though.
Not 16. Yeah, he's.
So Jake Fisher, yeah, no, Michael Scotto got it too. What
say, unless
the
he's hacked.
fuck?
That's a jump.
I
Hanson
like
Yang
Hanson
off the
Yang.
board before Yohan Berenger.
I like Hanson Yang, but not this much.
Yeah,
He's
Sean
fun.
just confirms.
Holy
He's really
shit.
fun.
They just
But
confirms.
here's my question: how many bigs do they want? I mean, I know Aiden's coming off the bench eventually.
I assume
and
Aiden
so
and
is,
Rob Will are gone whenever their contracts are up.
Asa
Fair.
Newell was just supplanted by Hanson Yang in the draft. That's insane.
Berenger
that
too.
That's
I
something.
don't think he even
Going
has a
into the
green room
draft,
invite.
Going into the process, I thought Asa Newell was going to be
He was in the crowd.
one of the best players.
Dude.
I still think he's pretty good. I just think he had a rough shooting year, so it's kind of
That's-
tempers his potential.
Hanson Yang, bro. I
He's literally in the
genuinely
crowd.
don't know if he can move his feet. I don't know if he can move his feet. I'm so for real.
Boy, can he pass the ball? You know what?
You know he
even
can't speak English
crazy.
either,
That's
which isn't
why.
really a problem, but he literally
Yeah,
does
they'll
not speak English. At the
they'll
combine,
figure
he was
that.
having to go whatever he wanted to the ball.
Him over Danny Wolf is interesting.
Danny Wolf sucks.
I agree, but I'm pretty sure most people don't feel that way. Or
Yeah,
at
he's
least
not the green room.
So
I gotta text Justice right now.
That's
I was
insane.
not ready for this.
I'm trying to see all the bigs he went over.
He went over Ryan Kalkbrenner,
if you count
Bergen,
Newell, Kalkbrenner,
Janai
Janai
Broom.
Broom. That's where the range where I think it's fine to take him. If you told me he went before Kalk, I'd be like, yeah,
Sure,
that's fine.
maybe. He went over Niedenhauser. He went over.
Yeah, I get the upside. I just don't think he moves.
They must think he's Jokic. They must really think he's
No,
they
they
think
did
he's
us because he doesn't have anything other than a real post up game. He passes and he passes out of the post ups, but as a roller, he's not special to me. It's the Chinese league. It is the worst major international league. It's worse than the Lithuanian league. It's worse than all these leagues where if you had a prospect who's playing in Lithuania, he would get oh, he's only playing in Lithuania. It's bad basketball. Dude, mid-major guys get it all the time. Mid-major teams would probably kill these Chinese league teams.
I mean,
And they have Klingon. So I guess they just think he's a backup big, and I don't think a backup big at 16 is bad, but whatever.
I'm conflicted because I actually the more I think about it, I really do think he's good. I think he can pass. The movement is a concern, like you're saying, but I think he's a special passer for his position, and he does seem to have a real post game.
He's not far to me from Derek Queen. It's everything else outside of that I have real problems with.
Okay, so let's play a little game. Assuming down the line you have to make the decision, because when you brought up the Jokic comparison, it immediately reminded me of the Nurkic and Jokic situation in Denver when they had to make
doing
the
a
decision
Hanson Yang and Doggett situation.
Yeah, if you have,
That's
you
because
have
Klingon really passes too.
Yeah,
You
I feel like
That's
it's tough to
crazy.
know without seeing him in kind of a we have the draft combine scrimmages, but
you're playing against Jalen Moore in those.
yeah,
Jalen. All respect to Jalen Moore. I had you in my top 75. I think. The odds Jalen Moore ever sees an NBA playoff minute is next to zero.
Yeah, I'm locked into Portland Trailblazers Summer League now, though. I'm glued.
Yeah.
That
Okay, so
is
Minnesota.
This has to be.
I think you either go Gobert replacement right? So it's Bear and Jay.
Yeah, this is
That would, to me, is just, unless you're like the Danny Wolf guys, or you're going like, we need a backup guard. Like Mike Conley's very old. Rob really didn't show anything in his first year. Like I wouldn't count him out, but like I'm not worried about Rob Dillingham stopping me from drafting my guy. So is this Casper or Troy?
I think
If it's not Bear and Jay,
I think this is Bear and Jay. I don't think like I think if you took Traore or somebody here, like you're kind of like admitting you like really effed up last year's draft at the top. So I don't think that's what they would do.
well, I think they did in terms of asset value, just outright.
Yeah, I'm still pretty high on Rob, but we'll see what they do here. Let's see. Bear and Jay.
Okay, yeah, it was Jan. It was Bear and Jay. I don't think Silver said his name correctly, by the way.
Nah. It was a really tough lip read. I had mine on silent, so I'm just like reading.
He said Yohan Barande. I'm pretty sure it's Bear and Jay, dude. Yeah. I like this fit a lot for what it's worth. Like, rim protector's proven to work with Anthony Edwards. Like, I said earlier in the show, I think he's the best rim protector in the class. So
he gets to learn next to
another
Rudy.
French big too. Yeah.
Yeah.
And not only does he get to learn next to Rudy, I think he really gives you like a different look on defense when Rudy goes out. Like you can kind of go to like a more.
No, he can
like
hedge a little bit more than Rudy can.
Yeah, like
because Rudy is getting old enough. Like I think he took a step back this last year. You can just tell he's getting up there in terms of the age. Like he's still an all-time great processor. But yeah, like I don't know how many years Rudy has left.
Yeah, they have a really athletic like backup front court. Like him, Minot, like.
I'm holding on to that Leonard Miller stock. You have no idea.
Yeah, like they have.
That was
like,
my guy.
They have a lot of 6'10", 6'11" guys coming off their bench.
Yeah. Oh my God. On the TV, they have a picture of Traore instead of Behringer. I went back and I'm screenshotting this. Holy shit. French.
It's okay,
bro. Oh my God, it blacks it out. When I try to screenshot, I'm.
Oh yeah, on YouTube TV. On YouTube TV.
Yeah. That's actually so bad. The ESPN broadcast for it need to be like put down. Oh, that's probably the NBA if it's on site.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad for a while.
They love these bobblehead graphics, bro.
I cannot stand these graphics. I hate the bobblehead graphics.
I don't know when they start. I want to say it was the K draft they started doing them, but ever since it's like, oh.
Shout out Ray on Repair. My boy getting love. And City Sissoko. Wish both of y'all were good. Had first round grades on both of y'all.
I like City.
It is so crazy. If you told me 11 months ago that Nolan Traore would be the last player picked on his French U18 team.
I would have
laughed you out of the room. I was like, last, like the only one? Like he was the last one, so he was the only one? Nope. Their center, who at the time could literally only jump, got picked before him.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe Hanson Yang got taken at 16.
No, that's this has been a surprising night on multiple fronts, from the Pelicans shenanigans to
the Jaeger one is surprising to me.
Okay, so let's go back since we're kind of halfway through the draft now. Everybody do one pick that they like the most and one pick that they like the least, or it could be a trade too of the ones that happened.
Okay, let me see. I'll say my favorite pick of the night is Cedric Coward to the Grizzlies. I think that is just like a great fit and kind of everything they need there. My least favorite pick would have to be, and this sucks because I actually like this kid. Like I really think I had him going to be a good player if he went to the right spot. Jeremiah Fears, I think, it just makes absolutely zero sense to me for like the Pelicans. I just don't understand it at all, really.
My best pick is probably the Carter Bryant to the Spurs pick. Like getting him in like conjunction with Dylan is like an incredible fit. But even just in isolation, like God forbid Dylan's like a bust. Like he just works with Wemby. He works with Fox. He works with Steph. Like as a off the ball shooter, cutter, and defender. Like who's an incredibly high IQ, high character guy. Like I was surprised he got to them at 14 because like if I'm the Spurs and I'm making my board for who I want at 14, he's at the top of the list. And I assume he's not there for me. And I'm worried about Cedric Coward, potentially guys like that. The other one is the Sorber pick after I just love as well. Like I think that fits their age timeline well. His time to learn, come in. I think he can learn while playing real minutes. Like he's not going to rot on the bench like an Usman Jang has in the past. I think just his position warrants playing more immediate minutes. Oh, worst pick? Yeah, Derek Queen. I love Queen. That was my number 5 player. I just don't think that's the fit. Troy Weaver belongs in prison. Yeah. Like, oh my God. Can't believe that.
I'm dumbfounded. Jake, how about you?
I definitely think Queen would probably be my worst, just due to the fact that the value they used to go and get him
That part of
is
it
kind
too,
of
yeah.
crazy. I think it's a tie for my favorite picks between Ace Bailey to Utah and probably Kaman Malawach to the Suns, because at minimum, Phoenix now has 2 starting caliber centers after not really having anything to write home about at that position going into tonight. And at best, Malawach is a hit and becomes, even better than Mark Williams would expect to be. And all of a sudden, Phoenix has their center moving forward.
Yeah, I like Malawach in isolation. The Mark Williams part of it perplexes me. I think part of it is just like I don't rate Mark Williams as an NBA player. I liked him a lot as a prospect, but since he's gotten to the league, it's been disappointing. But I think for Common, it's pretty good. The part of it is more questionable.
Do you think like Common plays a lot next year?
I mean, he's better than Nick Richards. I hope.
I feel like
I
he
like
will,
Oso a
honestly.
lot, but I'd assume he's better than Oso as well.
Are we sure? Right now, like I think he will be better.
Like
than those
tomorrow
guys.
or like by the end of the season?
I'm saying to start the season. How many games do you think he starts before the All-Star break?
I don't know if he starts a game all season, but I think like that's a testament to it's really hard to play center in the NBA as a rookie. And even though I don't rate Mark Williams, that I think he's probably better than him all year. But like, I think he probably plays like 20 minutes a night for like 70 games, however many games he can play, whether it's like all 82 or he rolls an ankle and plays 58.
Mark Williams, I'm looking at his.
He's got real injury history.
Yeah, he hasn't played more than 44 games in a season, so that's another reason I guess you would put in the positive for Kaman is like, just based on history, you're getting a half a season from Mark Williams, and so now in those games where he misses, I think you're probably sliding Malawach right in at the starting 5 and seeing what he's got.
Yeah, that's part of why it's another perplexing deal to me is you traded for a player that you're like going to have to extend who has injury issues while simultaneously drafting like insurance for him. Like it's poor asset management more than it is bad player evaluation. Could have had Cedric Coward or Carter Bryant or whatever.
Is there a trade here with this
at 18
Washington pick? Yeah.
Is it saying proposed trade to the Jazz? I'm seeing that on the broadcast.
They're showing Walter Clayton a lot too. I wonder if he's going to go. Maybe they were trying to get ahead of Miami.
No, he's going to the Jazz.
Twitter said so?
Yeah.
I like that. He can come in and just be like a steady force. Like Collier and Keontae both a little bit out of control. This tells me they're pretty out on Keontae as well because they're pretty similar.
And I'm also thinking Colin Sexton is probably going in someone's trade exception this offseason. I would
Who
guess
is?
like Atlanta. Colin Sexton.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he's
And
out of
Clarkson. Clarkson might be there
Yeah.
because he just likes being there and he's a good guy and good vet. But yeah, I like this Walter Clayton. I think Walter Clayton fits so many places that like you won't see me say there's a bad Walter Clayton pick.
Yeah, I know he really wanted to go to Miami. It's not exactly. What
Yeah, it
he
says
did.
Utah. It says Utah sent pick number 21, so they were right behind Miami. So they just knew
Yeah,
that
they
he
just
was
jumped
going to Miami.
It's a good process. Shout out Austin Ainge and Danny.
I mean, it's a good process, but you did just take two players who probably don't want to be in Utah.
I think Walter Clayton probably doesn't mind, but yeah.
Also, we like Clayton over Kasparis.
I don't like. That's the thing. I think NBA teams are like, oh, he doesn't shoot and he turns the ball over. We're good. I think he must have scared him in shooting workouts. That had to be what it is at this point.
Yeah, because I
would
remember.
assume so.
But
We were on
yeah,
the
if I'm
8th or
Brooklyn
9th
here
pick.
at 19, Kasparis,
Kasparis and Dimon are a very interesting passing backcourt. Like really.
No,
really
that's a lot of good vision. A lot of Walter seems fine right now. He's sopping.
Yeah, he's happy tears.
Yeah, I don't think he cares. I think Miami would be cool, but I don't think he minds at all. I mean, if he's going to be like a star, because like he's got separation ability, like it's possible he like outperforms this draft projection and age and stuff. Like this is the place to do it. Like go get some shots up.
Let's see.
So it's Brooklyn, Miami, and then Washington. Right? Yeah. God, Hinton Yang got taken at 16. Holy shit.
That is. I'm wondering who's like, because like that's like to me like a pretty clear like pick like.
You said who's going to be the reach. There you go.
Yeah, that's definitely a reach. Like, I wonder who's going to end up like being a second round pick that should have been a first. That not maybe should have been, but like was projected to go first round. Like, I wonder who's going to kind of.
Is it like McNeely? Because if McNeely didn't burn the nets down in shooting workouts, what does he do?
That's a good point. I mean, I think he's a really like. I think when he didn't get to showcase it because he had to play on the ball at UConn, but I think he's like a really good cutter. And I think he's like
he's a good high IQ guy. Like even on the ball, I thought he made like generally good passing reads. It's just he doesn't create real advantages to like make it matter. But
and if he doesn't shoot, he's just not.
Yeah, if he didn't burn the nets down in shooting workouts, like I'm gonna tap out with this next pick. I gotta go change the laundry. I'm calling Kasparis though.
All right.
Yeah, I think this is pretty clearly Kasparis.
Yeah. I'm honestly shocked that he was. I mean, I know we talked about when we did our preview not too long ago that there's a real chance some guards may drop. I think Kasparis was the one that I kind of least expected. But they took that upside swing at 8 and went for Yegor. And the more I think about it, I didn't give my answer for the most liked, but I think the more that I think about it, I kind of like that pick for Brooklyn because, you know, you're taking an upside swing, but obviously you can still go out there and they have 4 other picks as well, but they can still go out there and, you know, have somebody they could pair alongside potentially that big 3 coming in next year if they do end up getting that high. And even if not, like next year's class seems to just be so deep overall. Like you can put together a solid core very quickly.
Yeah, I think you have a real opportunity to just like kind of restart as an organization if you do take the majority of these picks. I like the process behind taking Yegor. Like if you like him, if you like a guy, and like even if it's against consensus, and you like a guy that's like this talented, like don't try to wait and play around and like you risk like somebody else liking him as much as you do if you wait until 19 to take him. So like I don't mind being aggressive and taking him at 8.
Yeah. But, and I know you guys touched on it a little bit, it does get pretty interesting here because if you have Kasparis and Yakichonis, or not, you have Yegor and you have Dimon and Yakichonis. I think it does maybe put a little bit of a hindrance on one or the other, but like you guys also talked about with Yegor, he may just have to come in and play the wing early on, especially with his ball handling capabilities and just how he handles pressure. And I feel like honestly, I know for me at least, like I think he can play the point guard, like especially after time, but I think he could be just as dangerous as kind of a connective piece too, honestly. Especially like maybe this first year he won't have it, but if there's somebody else around him, like in the future, who's attracting more of the, I guess,
attention from the defense.
Yeah, and causing it to collapse, and like think of him like how dangerous he could be just as somebody out there as like an extra decision maker. Like he's such a high level playmaker that would be crushing. And like
if he ever gets to like I think there's some creative stuff you can do with him as like a screener and like maybe him being like a short role player or like anytime like you can just get him to like have advantages on defense where he gets to play like 4-on-3. I think he's just such a great passer that he has like a real upside even if he never becomes an on the ball guy.
And is though
Denny Wolf?
since Yegor Dimon.
Okay.
And since you're back, I'm just gonna ask all of you, like, how much do we buy the shooting? Because I know obviously before conference play, there was a stretch he was shooting like 50%. I want to say maybe even higher than that, and then obviously started playing tougher comp, and the percentage dropped a little bit. So I feel like he's drawn also a lot of Josh Giddey comparisons, and we've seen how that kind of worked out in the Thunder. So for Yegor, what do you guys? How much do you guys buy into the shooting, if not at all?
If I had to guess, since he showed some positive signs in college, I think like he's closer than what it might have looked like in the second half of the season. If I had to guess, I would say like 2 to 3 years away from being like a serviceable one. Oh, they went Traore.
I like that.
Wow.
When I was doing the lottery, I was thinking if I'm the Nets and I want upside swing, I'm actually just taking him over Kasparis. Like, he's still an elite separator with the ball in his hands. Play makes at such a high level. Like, he just struggled at being forced to his right because his left hand was not that good. And then, like, didn't shoot early in the year. And the shot, like, at all levels, it was rim only. But late in the year, really started making his mid-range shots more, threes more.
This goes back to earlier, too, where, guys that NBA execs might be higher on than probably people realize. And I think here with them taking Traore over Yakichonis, I don't know if we expected Yakichonis to fall this far, but
no,
here they were like,
dude, that's
he's
shocking.
Free falling.
He's in that. Not even Isaiah Collier treatment. It's beyond that shit. It's not quite Cam Whitmore level because he was in the 5th pick, but
I'm interested to see
on rail trip ones. What are you saying, bro?
No, they were showing Armel's brother, Laker legend.
I'm just interested to see like if he comes out and balls out during summer league. Obviously, that doesn't hold that much stake, but coming in, he was looked at as, I think there was a tier of Dylan, Cooper, Ace, and I think Nolan was not too far behind for most of the, at least.
No, he was like the consensus for the BJ.
Yeah. So I'm wondering if he comes in the summer league and like he really does his thing there, how much that could maybe kind of reignite the outlook on him.
No, this is probably the best like junior level European point guard, like since I don't even know who. Like I don't want to say Ricky Rubio because that's so long ago. Like there's got to be someone before then, but like in recent years since I've been I've been a international point guard who is the junior as dominant as Traore. Like when he was playing in ANGT for INSEP, the French Academy, he had 45 and 9 in the title game against Kasparis. Like dominated him, killed him.
And he's been better than him.
In the summer, he was incredible. Like in that under-18 tournament where like Saraf broke out and where Kasparis played pretty well. Like a lot of dudes in that, like that's where Baron J like first started to get pretty good at basketball. Like Asenge was in that tournament. Like tons of dudes in that tournament he was like the third, fourth best guy in the tournament. And that's different because there's like dudes who will just play better because they're better as like youth basketball players and they don't translate like their future EuroLeague pros or whatever. He was one of the best players in that tournament. And then, yeah, he just hit the French league and just sucked for a little bit and then stopped sucking. Like in-season improvement is something that is so like not thought about among evaluators, especially like non-NBA scouts. But improving in the middle of the season is incredibly impressive and important.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier with like Cooper, how he like improved his jump shot in the middle of the season. Like it's something that we could kind of give Traore credit for too, because he kind of just like flipped the switch back to who he was before the struggles he had at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Miami has
Nets
this
got a
pick
lot
here.
of they got a lot of vision now. This tells care about Cam Thomas, by the way.
Yeah, probably not. I don't think they
Is it-
care about much on that roster, to be honest.
No, the only
Yeah.
guy is Cam Johnson. Like I'd consider hanging on to Cam Johnson to be like our fifth guy when we're eventually good.
Who's the most heat culture guy left to you guys?
Probably Jace, but he's another kind of player.
I would go
Right.
Neek, I think.
I would go Neek here, yeah. But Jace,
Yeah.
if you're just talking the pure
Yeah.
what is heat culture, it's probably Jace, but I just don't think that's the guy
Yeah.
for them. But I can also see point guard. Like, do they maybe reach on Saraf here? Because they think they need another like true ball handler.
I mean, if you're going to go point guard, it might not be the most heat culture thing to do, but I think Casper's is he's here. I mean,
But I'd imagine they probably wanted the last two guys.
yeah, pretty badly. Also, another sneaky heat guy to me, I think Hugo Gonzalez like fits a lot with what they like and what they do.
They just don't really tend to take Europeans.
That,
But yeah, like he's tense, competitive, works his ass off.
his when his overseas combine numbers came in, it really like I knew he was like a bigger guard. I didn't know he was necessarily that.
No,
like,
I didn't think he
big
was
guard.
6'8" in shoes with a 7-foot wingspan big.
And like 220 or something like that.
Yeah.
Like,
But he's always been like that. The question when he was like younger is like, will he be good? Because he just wins with how physical he is right now, and like that's why he could play a little bit at Real Madrid. Like to Real Madrid, and he played a bit. That's pretty impressive.
Hey,
Sean's talking about how Kaminga is gonna be a damn heatle. Stop it. Okay. I saw it on Twitter. Can I spoil it?
Go ahead.
It's Kaspar's. So he stopped sliding.
I was gonna obviously like Cam said, he's not the most heat culture guy, but I feel like at this point you gotta take him, especially because you kind of need the ball handling.
No, they really like Tyler Hero had too much on his plate this year, so you just get a dude. I know he struggled with turnovers and pressure at times, but try to work on that. He can make shots off the ball. Like him and Hero can both play on and off the ball. Like I think that's a pretty good combination together. And like at worst, he's your third guard. Like I'm fine with that. Like who was our third guard last year? Davion Mitchell.
or Terry
He's not very
Rozier
good,
when he was
respectfully.
healthy.
Yeah,
Terry
Terry
Rozier was
Rozier fell
nobody's
off
third
a
guard.
cliff.
He might have been the 15th guard, and they had 15 guys on the team. None of which were guards.
Davion Mitchell actually had a pretty good playoff series. I would know that
He
because
guarded.
he was giving us issues.
Yeah, he guarded well. It's just I don't trust him to shoot over a long sample. Oh, Adam Silver, you almost fucked that up.
Yeah. So we're reaching like an interesting point in the draft here, like past 20. Like there's a few guys left, but I also think this is like a weird spot in the draft where it's like I think we could maybe see a couple more like I can't believe that guy was taken here.
Yeah.
Especially if there's no trade partners. Like if a team like Brooklyn is trying to move some of these late firsts and nobody wants them, they might just say, screw it, and we'll just take who we have on our board highest.
Who could you guys see maybe sliding higher? I tried to pull up some of the best available too to see
think
like
maybe not
Jace,
right
he's just so small.
Yeah, Jace is pretty good. I would say 2 players, like maybe not right now, but like in the next like 3 to 4 picks, I would start watching for their name. I would say Drake Powell. Even though I wouldn't necessarily do it, I think I could see a team kind of talking themselves into him here, and I wouldn't
No
be
Penda,
surprised.
maybe.
Yeah, Pendo or like a Sion James, like just the copycat.
Yeah, I've
league
been hearing
thing.
that late first round buzz for Sion James.
Yeah, like him, like a Duthier, like just guys built like that like really are like athletes, play defense at a really high level. I think those type of guys are like becoming more valuable. So I wouldn't be surprised if somebody took a flyer on one of those guys here later.
I have a feeling Sion James is about to have a very similar NBA career to Trevor Keels in that it didn't really exist.
Yeah, I'm less high on Sion for what it's worth, but I get why teams like him. I just don't think he has like anything he's good at. He's just kind of average at everything, and I don't think that really gets it done anymore.
Yeah, I think teams are like kind of are going to try to talk themselves into him being like physical and like maybe developing to like a Dort one day, but I don't know.
Yeah, I get taking the swing. It's just not for me.
I would definitely want to see him go maybe to a playoff competing team. That way it's like, okay, maybe we can throw him in one series, get some run out of him, but in the long term, like I kind of agree with you guys. Like I see him having I see him being like one of those young players who you really love when he steps on the floor, and then you just kind of like root for him, but then you never see much of him after that.
Yeah, you check the on-offs, and you're like 10 points worse when he's on the floor.
Yeah.
Like,
Trevor
maybe he's
Keels
not
is a
that great.
crazy pull, by the way.
Well, he's just a guy. Like I remember when the Knicks
They're
added
built
him in
similar.
like the mid-second round, you were like, oh,
Yeah,
like
no,
I don't
people are
mind
hyped.
that
I
at
remember
all.
that.
And then it
Yeah.
just like, maybe not even for his fault. It's just like nothing really happened
Yeah.
for him, and so I feel like a similar thing is going to happen for Sion James.
Okay, so who would you guys say like is somebody you don't think will go tonight, but if you were in charge of a team, you would take a swing on here late in the first round?
Probably no Penda.
No Penda. Brandon, you
Like,
or unless you want to elaborate, Logan.
I just think like, unlike if you compare him to Sion James, like he's bigger. I think he defends like generally better. Like he gambles a little bit too much for like my true liking to think there's like all defense potential. But like if you believe in the shot or you think you can get the shot to go from like 33% to 36, like that guy just plays playoff minutes. Like rebounds shit out of the ball, huge hands, like has everything you'd ever want from someone to play the four.
I think for me, I don't know. Is Fleming? Do we think he's gonna go tonight?
I would say no.
Because for me, he's a player I'm also kind of torn on because I really just like the tools he has, but I think also to be a player in this league, like you just have to be a decision maker, and I'm just not sure how I feel about that for Fleming. But for him, I'll just go ahead and say Rasheer Fleming.
Yeah, my problem is he doesn't map this court on either end. Like he doesn't map it on offense, obviously, like in any capacity, but like defensively, I thought his rotations like aren't that good. Like he doesn't seem to have an understanding like when he's in a play, like what part of the action he needs to be covering. Like on the ball, he's a little too slow-footed. Like I have to be like a 5. And if I'm drafting a backup 5 who's undersized in terms of height, but does like generally rebound and somewhat protect the rim because of the arms, but in like is an okay shooter who I don't trust to make like plays out of the short roll in any capacity. It's like that's not a first rounder to me. Like you almost have to hope he guards on the perimeter and he's a 4, which I'm not too sure of.
Jake, who do you have as your second round guy?
I feel like I'm higher on him than maybe a lot of other people are, but I just feel like Chaz Lanier's shooting is good enough where if there's like a playoff team that wants a cheap shooter to add at the end of the first, I wouldn't mind picking him up at like 26 or later.
And for me, my guy, or keep going.
I'm just looking at like Boston. They're kind of shipping off expensive assets right now, and I feel like if they want to just add a shooter, I wouldn't mind Chaz Lanier there.
Yeah, for me, my guy is probably a Duthiero. I think he's like a real athlete, like pretty special, and he's continued to like rapidly improve every year. And I think if he ever shoots it, like he'll have like a long NBA career, which I don't know how like close he is to that or if that ever works out for him, but it would be something I would like. I think it's worth taking a risk on, like because to me he grew late and he was like a guard through high school, so he really does have like some guard skills. Real athlete, can
He
move
gets
really
downhill well.
Yeah, and he gets to the line and he guards for what it's worth. Like he's not necessarily the most talented defender, but he really gives effort, and he like when he is locked in, like he's not someone you can move easily. So that's who I'll have as my guy. I don't necessarily think he's going tonight, but if I had a late pick, I would definitely consider him.
One to Utah got leaked. Do you mind if I indulge?
Go ahead.
Will Riley makes sense to me. Shot maker, was like 95th percentile this year in isolation scoring. Generally, like has some good passing flashes. Like I think if you're riding with Ace, like makes up for some of Ace's deficiencies in a way as a playmaker along the wing. If you think like he's a starter long term, but I think you're looking like microwave bench wing. Like Karis LeVert is a name to me that like makes sense as a player comp. He can't play right away because he's 5 pounds, but you don't got to win right away in Utah, so I think it works.
Yeah, he's super skinny, but he's someone like the guys noticed like I was super high on coming into the year. Like I had him as like top 10 after I seen him at UIBL. Cooled a little bit on him since then, but like I still think like in the right situation that he could like really grow. And like I think there's like just a lot there that once he like puts on weight, it'll kind of unlock. Like I think he's like a really crafty finisher. He gets straight lines on his drive,
He's got
even
great
though
touch
he
at
is
the
really
rim.
skinny.
He's dead.
Yeah. So like I think eventually he's someone who like could be really nice. The Jazz are sneakily added like a lot of shooting tonight. Like between him, Ace, and Walter Clayton, like they've had a nice draft tonight.
Yeah, I've liked it quite a bit.
We have Atlanta coming up at 22. They have Kristaps. Do they need another center, or do they?
I feel like you do, just because you know he's like when it really
injury
matters.
prone.
Yeah.
I would consider going like Calc here.
Kalkbrenner.
Yeah.
I just don't know if he fits what Atlanta likes to do with their bigs.
He catches lobs.
Yeah.
Like, and he doesn't just dunk. Like, he has awesome touch at the rim. Like, they've tended to play drop. Like, they loved Clint Capella. I'd also consider going guard here because I know Kobe Buffkin's had like a rough start to his career with just like injuries. Like, he hasn't really been able to play. So if you like, this is a Saraf team potentially for me. But if not Saraf, like, who would even be my next guard off the board? Is it like I gotta scroll to my board? Jace is the other one. Yeah, Jace is the other guard available, which I would. I'm not playing
chance
Jace.
Jace falls out of the first?
Yeah, just because he's so small and doesn't
Yeah.
pass. Like the Hawks here obviously to me is way more Saraf. Like Magic at 25 is like a potential Jace spot to me because they have some like real defensive structure for him. But if he don't go there, then the Nets don't really want to take the swing. They don't got 29. Suns don't have 29 anymore, so they can't take him because he went to Michigan State, and that's where HBA went. So I legit don't know where it is because Clippers like tall guys too.
Yeah.
Thunder like tall guys. Thunder, if Hugo is at 24, he's on Thunder.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Hugo went here either. If they wanted to go like guard kind of wing.
They love their wings, yeah. Long wings.
Who's still available? Neek Clifford's still here.
God, Neek is on the board. I would probably just go Neek here over Hugo, yeah. I might just go him over Saraf as well.
Guard wise, it is kind of like we're kind of hitting we've had our like guard run for the night. Most likely, there's still a couple guys here though. There's like some reaches here, possibly like a Cam Jones, maybe, depending on how you feel about him.
I think Cam Jones, like NBA roles, actually is an off the ball guard. He just had to do that shit at Marquette, and he was awesome at it.
Yeah,
But I think he's a 2 guard.
I wouldn't hate Tyrese Proctor for them. I just feel like he kind
would.
of fits what they do. You hate? You don't? Oh yeah, you don't like Proctor.
Yeah, even though he shot the shit out of the ball, he just doesn't really do anything else. Like, doesn't guard, doesn't get to the rim. He one-dimensional.
Yeah. I don't know. I think he can shoot. I think he can shoot it. I think he can guard. He just doesn't all the time.
Oh, no. I'm not taking no Tyrese Proctor at 22 either. I can go get him I could go trade for the 33rd pick and get him if I really want him.
I mean, I feel you there. I was just saying if they wanted to go guard, to me, there's not like
if they wanted to get him at like 35, I'm fine with that. Like that's about where I have him right. But yeah, at 22, I might pass out in my chair right here. Great.
I think I'm not gonna lie. I think we're kind of booked for like wings and bigs for the rest of the first. Like I don't really see many guards going.
Yeah, because Nets already went with their guards. I could see like Boston potentially. It's just who wants Saraf and who wants Jace. Those are really the only 2 on the board anyway. Because I don't think Cam Jones ends up going in the first.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Who's still in the green room? Asa. Is this actually?
Is who?
I think
The Hawks,
Asa.
Asa? Or no, this is the Nets.
Oh yeah.
This is just Asa. Right?
Yeah.
They haven't taken a forward big type yet. I don't think they're going to reach on like maybe
It
they're
could
the
be
Danny
Neek.
Wolf team. It could also
could
be
be
Neek. They just want to take it. Yeah, it could just be Neek, take a good player, take a shooter. But if it's not Neek, I think it's probably one of Asa or Danny Wolf.
It could be Liam.
Yeah, for the same reasons it could be Neek, it could be Liam.
I do think there's a possibility that I know you don't like him, but I wouldn't be surprised if a team talked themselves into Maxime Reynaud here, like soon.
Yeah, I get it. Just because the talent's intriguing, it's just not for me.
Yeah.
I'm the same way with Danny Wolf. Like, I just don't think either of them are particularly good. I assume Wolf's going before right now. Because he was at least a good defender in college. Reynaud wasn't even a good defender in college.
This Brooklyn War Room seems pretty hyped about whatever they were able to pick up right here.
Yeah, they're rah-rah. I mean, they got the documentary crew in there for their series.
Yeah. She has real
This
ice
hasn't
on.
been spoiled either. They keep that shit quiet. Good job, Nets.
I'm trying to look and see, but I can't find it.
Has any of theirs been leaked tonight? I feel like nobody's really gotten the.
No, Demon was not, right? Was Traore not?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
They told everyone, put them damn phones. They told everyone, put the phones in a locker before you come into the war room. They're locked in. They got 5 of them. They can't have any of them be spoiled.
They're really going to take all 5 of these picks, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. It's like too late to trade up. What are you trading from 26 and 27 to 23?
Maybe they try to trade out. That's the only way out, maybe if they trade it out.
Who's someone trading out for, though? Calc, maybe?
Yeah, if like the Kings want to get someone, like just have someone.
The Kings.
I'm trying to think of other teams that don't have first rounders this year.
Lakers,
I could see.
Yeah, I could see Lakers wanting Calc like that. If Asa falls any further, I could see, like, if he's at 26, I'm Rob Pelinka blowing up Sean Marks' phone to go get Asa Newell. I'm blowing that shit up.
For sure.
Because, yeah, I think if with Luka, he could potentially put the 5, switch a little bit at the 4. I think that could be
he would kind of be perfect. A little bit. He catches lobs.
And it's just a talent swing that they don't have right now on the roster. Like,
and for what it's worth,
they don't have anyone who's young.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I think there's like a maybe 0.5% chance that like he actually like hits in a bigger way than what is maybe seen so far. Like he didn't shoot it well last year, but like in high school, he at least showed some flashes of possibly being able to shoot it one day. And if he's ever able to do that, I think he becomes a different player. Drake Powell.
That was a
That
name
feeling.
you brought up, Cameron.
Yeah,
That feeling.
I don't hate it. Drake Powell before Hugh Gonzalez kind of hurts my soul, but I'll live with it.
That's like
I mean-
3 straight upside swings for Brooklyn tonight.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're
I get it.
really going after it. I mean, it was hard. It's hard to evaluate guys coming out of North Carolina recently. Like, it's just not been a great situation.
It's damn near impossible.
Yeah, so it's like,
Hubert, get out, bro. If you ruin Henry Vasar, you're gone.
for what it's worth, Drake
And
Powell is a
Caleb
guy I
Wilson.
really like going into. Caleb Wilson, he kind of fits the profile of somebody that might not thrive at North Carolina. But
Yeah.
Drake Powell is someone I like going into college. Like, if you look at his high school tape, I think there's a lot of good stuff on there. So, like,
No, I think I had him top 10 going into the year. It's just his handle was way worse than I anticipated. Like, what do you guys think the realized version of him looks like? Like, if he turns into a rotation player, like 6-man, probably 5th man, just because he's more defensively slanted, he would have come off the bench. Like, what does that look like for you?
Is it crazy for me to say Jalen McDaniels?
No, I don't think it's ridiculous.
like Jalen.
I mean, McDaniels
Or
was another
Jaden-
guy who, like,
Jaden.
I'm about to say Jalen or Jaden.
Yeah, Jaden.
oh, I just assumed, yeah. Jalen was another guy who was a top recruit who slid in his college season.
Yeah, I could see wing.
Could see somewhere like a DeAndre Hunter.
Yeah,
I think there's
Maybe
like
like the-
oddly,
the defense, yeah.
it's hard just because he's so young, and like this is a hard comparison to make just because when we seen the guy I'm about to say, like he was years in college and like he kind of completely looked different. I wouldn't be surprised though if he ends up like a Trey Murphy in a sense. Like if there's a little bit of that in there somewhere. deep
Yeah, I
down.
mean, he just have to turn into. Are you talking like Trey Murphy now or Trey Murphy 2 years ago? Because Trey Murphy now can ball.
2 years ago, Trey Murphy. Like,
Yeah, so it's shooting off the cat. Yeah, if his shot just like really speeds up, I could see it. He'd probably even be a better defender than Trey. Yeah, I don't hate that one either. One for me is like Trevor Ariza. Like Ariza was another guy who like was in theory a knockdown shooter, but like he's like a little bit more hesitant to take them. Like didn't get up super fast. Like that's the thing with Powell. Like he made his threes this year. He was just very hesitant. And his shot is so slow. And like when he gets ran off the line, he can't like fake a shot and then drive. Like he has to specifically choose one of the options. He can't decide on the fly. Like Michael Porter Jr. is the same way, just his is always shoot. Like Michael Porter Jr. can't fake a shot and attack a closeout. And that's like
he's just
limiting.
shot. So we have the Hawks here.
Yes.
Yes, we just. I
Wait,
think
yeah,
it says
it
says
is. 'Cause
proposal.
they traded 13. So yeah, this is the Hawks.
We kind of just talked about what we think they'll do
Neek.
here.
Neek. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm just taking Neek. I'm not worrying about it. I think you could talk
Yeah.
me into Saroff if I think I need more ball handling. Like it depends on just how much I believe in Kobe Buffkin. If
yeah.
I think Buffkin's still good, I'm going Neek. If I think Kobe Buffkin's total dog shit, I'm probably going Saroff.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Asa here, like just as like insurance on Porzingis.
I wouldn't either. Like if you think he's like far and away BPA, allegedly there's the NBA draft net promise. So maybe, hey, we're promising to get you. We don't know where, but we'll do it. So maybe that's what it is.
Possibly. It's been quiet for my Lakers tonight. I was really hoping we would move up and try to get a big, but maybe tomorrow.
Dang. We haven't gotten any more questions from the chat.
Chat
it's-
sound like.
Cam, would you have? I don't know what the Lakers draft capital looks like, but would you have made that exact deal to go get Derek Queen and add him to the Lakers?
What deal?
The one that the Pelicans did, where they gave up that unprotected 26. No, even with the
Nah.
Lakers outlook.
I like Queen. I just don't think he fits necessarily what the Lakers do. Just with like, I think if he's going somewhere, or if he was going to go somewhere, if I could build the perfect spot for him, somewhere that could like give him the ball, like allow him to create things, get downhill. Like if you're drafting Garrett Queen and like, hey, you're just going to sit in the dunker spot all day, or you're going to sit in the corner, like I don't think that's necessarily what he's like. You're wasting a pick at that point. So like, if I don't think there's actually a big that I would have traded that much capital for in the class. Like, I don't like. I like Malawatch. I just don't necessarily think like if I'm trading that much capital to go up and get someone, I'm going to get like an established big man.
Yeah, I think with Luka, you want like a rim runner, someone who can catch lobs at a higher level. Like, I love Queen. Like, he was a top 5 prospect for me. It's just that's not the fit where I would have liked it. Justice for NBA DraftNet, by the way. They were right. They were right.
Oh, wow. Had a promise. They kept their word.
Allegedly. The tweet said they promised him at 30. More like 23. 10 spots later, buddy.
That's a big money difference, too. Like, that's not.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I kind of like this pick for what it's worth. Like, I think he could play some 5. I think, like, he covers up some of the, like, Onyeka issues in terms of size if you're playing him at the 4 together, the 4-5. So, he can catch lobs. Oh my God, we're still talking about that pick, Adam Silver? Bro, be for real.
I always hated how late they were to announce trades.
Dude, I can't believe Hanson Yang got taken at 16.
It's insanity, man.
Yang gang.
I don't even think people would be talking about him right now.
No. Where do I have it? Hanson Yang. And I'm like notably much lower on him. I got him 56.
Sheesh.
That's probably the lowest player I've ever, in my 3 years of doing this, had drafted in the first round.
I had him like 35-ish to 40.
He just kissed his mom on the lips?
I hope I didn't see that. Hold up. Let me go back.
I didn't see it.
It might have been cheek, but I wasn't sure.
Long hug. Okay. Yeah, it was cheek.
Okay, thank God. I just saw it on the corner of my eye. I was like, whoa. Okay, okay, see. This is Hugo, right? They need a stash guy in theory. And I assume he'd want to be stashed more than Saraf, because Saraf like won't make money playing in the German league. And I guess like he could go back to Israel, but like
would Hugo want to be stashed though? Like would he agree to that?
He's been with Real Madrid since he's been 11 years old. They will pay him, like not NBA money, but like he'll get paid a bit. Like that's the problem with now is like guys just don't want to be stashed because you don't make any money playing on these like Italian league teams and stuff, and like even the French league doesn't pay that well. So like I don't think it'd be that bad.
Would he be able to play though? He didn't play this year for the most.
That's what
I assume if he's not playing for Real Madrid next year, is he ever playing on an NBA team?
Yeah, that's a good point. But then also, is that what you want to use this pick on? Like, I know you can't, theoretically, you can't get a guy, but like, still maybe take a player and like see if you can move him somewhere. Like, try to snipe someone's pick here.
I would just trade the pick outright then.
Yeah, most likely.
Like, hey, give me 3 seconds for this first, maybe something like that. But
I mean, or call the Pelicans. You know, you never know what they'll do.
Hey, yo, 2027, protected. Let them protect it first. Oh, bet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I feel like they must have seen Derek Queen as like a top 10 talent on the board at like 14 or wherever they traded up for him.
Yeah. I don't think that pick is bad value-wise. It's the fit that is questionable to me. It's their entire team, other than Herb Jones, is guys who need the ball in their hand. That Trey doesn't need it, but Trey proved that like he deserves it.
Yeah, like I feel like that would just be overly cruel to take the ball out of his hands after the year he had last year.
Yeah.
Like, at
I mean,
that
I
point, you're
wouldn't
just
even
wasting
really.
asset.
I wouldn't hate the move if there was just some kind of protection on a 2026, like
Yeah, that's the
what
utterly
is it, like a
insane part.
swap or something, or it's like
No,
worst
I think it's
of
just the pick, flat out.
yeah.
It's
So
unprotected.
It's a swap and someone else, but it'll likely be it's them in Milwaukee. But no matter what, don't have the pick, and 13 it was the Hawks. The Hawks do.
yeah,
I don't know, man. That's
What if
just-
this is Danny Wolf for OKC? He drove past shoot in theory.
I was gonna say he's just like a bigger version of that.
Yeah, I know they took Sorber, but like, fuck it.
I mean,
They'd
they
have to
took two
find a roster
guards last,
spot, but
unless they just put them directly to a two-way. But I mean, they I don't know because they like Carlson too, though. Like they like Brandon Carlson. And I think
Brennan
what's his
Carlson,
name?
it's not me from drafting anybody, respectfully.
this one got traded.
It did. Okay.
That's probably good.
Okay,
Yeah. 'Cause
What
if
is
they
in the
didn't like
trade
Keto,
is the question.
I just wouldn't take him.
they're trading it to the Kings and
For
taking Nick
what?
Clifford. Oh,
Yeah, I was gonna say this is Nick Clifford then.
Clifford.
yeah.
Has to go with
Okay.
something here. So yeah, I like that for the Kings. Like just get a guy.
Okay.
I don't know what they're trying to do, but he'll be able to play probably.
I mean, Willie, they have a lot of wings, like a actual shit ton of wings.
So like Jake Laravia is a free agent. You got Levine, yeah. You got DeMar, yeah. You got Keegan. Who is it after that? After Laravia, because Keon Ellis is like a guard. So who is it after?
I mean, Keon
The
Ellis
three
is a
starters.
guard.
He could like maybe play the three, but like Neek is like a true three, and I can't think of a three they have on the roster because like Devin Carter is a guard, like Monk's a
But, like,
guard.
That's the thing. They have so many guards. I think they like are gonna run a lot of their guards at the three. Like I think like Keon is gonna see some time at the three. Devin even
Yeah.
might see some time at the three. So it's like,
But do I want Keon and Devin seeing time at the three, or would I just take Nick Clifford?
I mean, true, but I don't want a lot of things on this King roster. So,
Oh, I don't like any of the pieces on the roster. I'm like the Sabonis hater. Like I just don't think he's good.
He puts up really good numbers. He works hard. Yes, but I don't.
When has Domantas Sabonis ever won?
I just think it's hard to build around him unless he shoots.
Exactly.
And he's
Yeah.
never
Or
shot
defense
it
doesn't do either.
Yeah,
Nick Clifford
can
with the
beat
purple
Anthony
suit
Davis,
going to the
though.
Kings. Shout out.
he knew. He knew.
Yeah.
All right, who do we think Orlando takes here? The next pick.
Prayerfully, someone who can shoot.
Hopefully
Uh,
McNeely. Like
yeah.
McNeely.
That's
my-
perfect.
This
Yeah,
feels
that's
like
perfect.
the McNeely floor, if not maybe Boston.
If
Although I guess if I'm Brooklyn,
I
I'm just taking.
I
I'm just
feel like
taking him.
McNeely is basically Franz Wagner. So
Is he?
nah, I don't know.
He don't got handles like that, and Franz can't shoot for
And
shit.
he doesn't really get downhill like that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, you guys say he can shoot, but all they keep saying is that he couldn't shoot this year.
I'm pulling up this chart.
Yeah, because like he
I
had
need
a
to check
bad.
with you.
Yeah, he had a bad year, but like he can actually shoot the ball. Like,
Okay,
he shot the
so
ball
over Liam
great at
McNeely's
everything.
last 643 3-point attempts, which is AAU, high school, college, and FIBA, he shot 38.5% while being 80% from the free throw line.
Yeah,
I mean, he
can shoot
improved
the
as a
ball.
free throw shooter this year while having a dip in 3-point percentage. He just took so many more off the dribble and then like just had an outlier year over his 145 attempts. But I have 650 total attempts of you shooting 39%.
Yeah, I just
I'm
think
good.
it's like
I'll-
to
I'll trust it.
yeah. To me, it's like how people view like the Grizzlies last season with like the John Morant and Bane numbers. Like to me, like when you're put in like a less than optimal position and like you don't get to do the thing that you do, your numbers are gonna look bad. So like
Yeah.
with him at UConn, he's a catch and shoot player. He catches and shoot. When you
Yeah.
make him play point guard and try to get downhill and try to initiate for others, who was creating his catch and shoot opportunities? Like
Nobody.
so, and then even when you do, you're more tired because you're playing a role you're not used to playing. You're having a workload you're not used to. So it's like
And if
I
he
don't
goes
think
to
I
the,
just yeah.
if he goes to the Magic, not to interrupt you, but he's gonna have a lot of players who can generate looks for him. So
Yeah, like Franz and Paolo are all getting downhill. Like Bane gets downhill at a real rate. Just because he gets such hard closeouts and is so big, like he deals with all the bumps really well. Like Anthony Black is like just explosive downhill. He doesn't get guarded on the perimeter, but like I think like he helps out Anthony Black. Like you can run him as a screener for Anthony Black and like ghost actions and stuff. Obviously, you can do that with Paolo and France as well. Like feels like a good pick. Like I could talk myself into Jace just because he's also a shooter and like he shot 43% this year, but he's the inverse where he wasn't really a shooter in high school. He was something like 25%. And he's like they're a big enough team that you can talk me into. Yeah, Desmond Bain at the 2, Anthony Black at the 1. And then he's coming off the bench and playing like the 1, like with whoever on their big ass team is playing. Like we think we can insulate him. But
whoever it is,
and then they have big wing ball handlers, and so he's not a point guard, and that works.
Whoever it is, they ran to the board with this. Like there was not.
I saw that. There was like 3 minutes left. God damn, Liam McNeely was out here shooting 44% at Mockbird, bro. That's fucking.
And I think crazy. I think that's almost like the perfect like place to look at what the Magic fit would be if he does get taken here, just because
he'd be playing on big wing ball handlers like he did at Mockbird. Like he played off Cooper and Derek.
It's literally the exact same situation.
Yeah,
almost.
Like Derek is different, but like Cooper to both of Franz and Paolo works, and then Derek is in terms of how he functions as a high school basketball player. Like he's a rim generating pressure guy, and that's who Paolo and Franz are. And yeah, like Jet Howard just sucks. Like maybe you can argue maybe you're taking Jet Howard again here, but I'm taking.
I don't know if he sucks. I don't
Jet
feel
Howard
like he's
shot
gotten
29% from 3 last year.
True, but he didn't play a lot. Like he's never really played a lot.
He was playing last year because they were hurt.
Yeah, that's true. Like so that's also his like first opportunity.
Last year he was playing 11 minutes a game for 60 games. He shot 3 threes a game, 186 total threes. He only made 29% of them.
Great.
Not that good of an assist to turnover ratio. They were 8 points better with him off the floor. He only took 10% of his shots at the rim. Only made them at I made them at a 74% clip. Shout out him for that. He at least finished, but yeah, he just didn't do anything.
He didn't have a great year at all, but it was like I just feel like it's first time getting action. Like he might.
Yeah, they might should have taken him at 11 to begin with. He just was not the 11th best player in that class. So I mean,
he shot decent from the mid range though, according to his shot creator. But yeah, everywhere else, yeah.
He was taking them DHO middies at Michigan.
Jace Richardson.
Okay, yeah.
Richardson. Cole Anthony replacement in a lot of ways.
Yeah, this is a team, like, as someone who's not wildly high on Jace, that works for Jace.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, he just knows how to play basketball. I seen like some David Aldridge thing the other day that says he doesn't know how to play basketball. I was like, I think that might actually be the literal opposite of what he is as a player. So, like, he's a really good player, but his size just kind of limits a little bit of what he can do.
It's the size and the role too. The fact that at that size he didn't like pass at a wild rate. Like I know the assist to turnover was awesome, but just like it was clearly wired to score before he was wired to pass. But yeah, if you have Paolo and Franz handling the ball, that works. And Anthony Black too. Like you'll be the fourth ball handling option that you can attack off the catch, DHO, zoom actions, all the stuff that he was really good at Michigan State. So I think this works.
Brandon, congrats on being a first-round pick.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely Brandon.
This is my player comp, so.
Oh. Let's go.
So excited to play for the Magic, man.
Fire me up.
Time to suit up. On a side note, though, I'm actually really excited for his brother. I think his brother might be better than him already.
Jackson? Yeah.
Oh, I remember you and me were talking about him. Yeah.
He's an insane athlete, and like he's like the perfect role player. Like and then like in this year in EYBL, he's like actually been like the number one option.
Flying. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have his EYBL numbers from last season. His like BPM last season was crazy. Yes, I have AAU BPM, by the way. Do you want that, Cam?
Yes, in that.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat. I have AAU BPM, I have FIBA BPM, I have International League BPM.
Where'd you get all this stuff at? Just like lurking
Do
on
you know
Twitter.
Nick Kalinowski on Twitter, Cam? Brandon, you might
No,
not
I
know
do
who
not.
that is. It's the dude with the Nets profile picture, but he changed it to say Nick or he be
Oh,
making
actually,
shit.
I might. Now that you said that, like,
Yeah, I'll send you his profile too. When I was talking to an unnamed college coach, because I don't want to dox people on there, he was like, "Yeah, we like use his tools at our like team." I'm like, "Yeah, he's a good fucking goat."
I really did not know who you were talking about until you described his logo. I've seen that logo a bunch. Like,
Oh yeah,
little
no,
fake.
he's best. I have FIBA Youth. I have Adidas Next Gen Tournament ones. Like he has it for everything, basically.
I wonder who he paid to get this. Like, how did he get this stuff?
You can calculate BPM just off of base box store stats, so that's what you have to do.
Oh, okay.
You just like put in the formula and everything.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I know. Like he didn't have the Puma circuit, and I was like, "Do you want to get that this year? Because I know we would like appreciate that." And he's like, "You guys were bad at keeping stats last year," and I was like, "I'll see what I can do for you. I'll see what I can do, bro." But yeah, let me pull up where Jackson was on this thing because I remember it being ridiculous.
Oh, I'm already following.
Caden House,
him.
10th in BPM, by the way, as a 16-year-old.
He's really
Point that
good.
out. Oh yeah, no, he's on our circuit now. He's a fucking demon.
I was surprised they split the brothers up like that.
I'm not supposed to talk about that.
Okay,
I'll text you in the chat.
for sure. While he's doing that, Brooklyn's up again. What do we?
Is this the first of their last two?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do we think they're doing here?
I don't even know at this point because we've seen they're taking the upside swings with Nolan, Drake, and Yegor. Do we think they try to continue that trend here, or do they go after more higher floor?
I mean, they've been swinging for the fences all night. I think they probably continue to swing. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like a Danny Wolf spot.
I could see him wanting shooting. Like they took non-shooters with their first two picks. Who'd they get with the third pick? They've taken so many people I can't even remember. They took Powell, who's like not a knockdown shooter. Like Liam makes sense to me here. He's also just like my BPA. I could see him like just taking the Seraph upside swing, like get as many upside swings as they want in the class. Like I can see you going Calc. Haven't taken a big yet. I'd imagine Claxton is gone. Like one of Claxton or J1 Sharp is probably just gone, so you can just find a good backup big. If not, like yeah, it's like a TRO or a Noah Penda like upside swing for me.
Jake, who do you go here?
I feel like they'll probably continue the pattern of just straight upside. I gotta look at who is available still for that. Yeah, I'm not.
You know, got
high
hella
on Keely,
upside.
but if
Rocco's
you
a Karski.
guys think his shooting, Rocco, I would not
I know,
think
I'm
is their
trolling.
pick.
I'm trolling.
But I
He
mean, at
he
this
sucks.
point, after what Portland did, there's literally no player you could name that is impossible.
I can't believe that happened. Holy shit! I have them next to each other, by the way. I think I have Hanson a spot higher than Rocco. Hanson doesn't suck. I just don't think he can move.
I will say, because I remember coming into this cycle, I had a lot of questions about like how the bigs would kind of shape up. And I think, how many have we had taken in the first round here?
A lot more than I thought they were going to be.
Yeah.
So it's Common, Derek, Sorber, Yang, Baron J. Do you count Asa? I would count Asa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Asa.
Yeah, I feel
There's
like
probably going to be like two more.
Coming
Yeah,
into
Danny
the
Wolf
cycle,
he's at the green room, like he just gets taken, right?
I would
he's
hope
got
so.
to. They didn't invite Jace. I feel like they knew something or thought
I
they
think
knew
there were
something.
teams who just like don't want to rank him because he's so small.
Yeah.
Like I know, again, we talked about this earlier. Like so many people on Twitter really liked him, and I get it, but like he's just so small. All right, let's see how they get with this first one.
Saraf.
Saraf.
It
Okay,
is
yeah, so
Saraf.
just straight upside swing.
They're literally just swinging for the fences.
I don't blame him. I mean,
Me
one of
neither.
him or Troy has to work out, right? Like one
I would
just
hope
has
so.
to be
Yeah.
your third guard at worst.
Yeah, I mean, you
Have
kind
they
of
taken
hope.
an American yet? They took Drake Powell. Yeah.
Yeah, Powell. So they've taken Powell, Demon, Traore, Seraph. They have a lot of passing, like a actual ton.
How'd
of
Saraf play tonight?
passing. That's a good question.
That summer league team should be fun.
It's weird with summer league teams though.
Did they play
could
today?
sign.
They
could
didn't play
sign
today.
Maxwell Lewis and it'll tank the whole team.
Maxwell Lewis is awesome. I wish he was good.
He just does not pass the ball. When
Yeah.
he gets in the game, it's his time to shine.
Saraf was terrible last night, and their loss against Bayern Munich, by the way. They got game 5 tomorrow. Final game. At 11 a.m., we tapping in.
Absolutely not. I will watch the replay.
What if is one of the biggest upside swings here not just Danny Wolf?
I could see that.
Like, because what
I
even
mean,
is the
why
fully
not?
realized version of Danny Wolf? Like, it's a player we haven't seen yet. Like, the median to me is like a Mason Plumlee type, but like, what if he's just better than that? You know?
Are we
What if he's like
assuming?
the bigger Hito Turkoglu?
I was gonna say, are we assuming
Maybe.
a fully realized Danny Wolf still runs the pick and roll, or is
I'd assume so, yeah. Like, that's why Hito Turkoglu is like even bigger than that. They clearly like guys who can pass. They've only taken one non-passer so far, and it's Drake Powell, who at least, like in theory, shoots and defends.
I would say, yeah, that's probably what I do here. I'll probably.
Now they just showed Danny Wolf's face, and he looks like he wants to kill himself. So I don't think they're taking him because it looks like they just celebrated who they're picking.
Yeah, they're very hyped. They actually took all 5 players. That is
That's the look of he was probably told that Brooklyn was going to take him tonight and didn't.
Yeah. No, he looks pissed.
I mean,
yeah. It's not
I will
him.
say this.
It's not Danny Wolf.
Are you sure? Is that Twitter confirmed? Because I will say this. They've been zooming in on people's faces right before they get picked.
They're talking about him because he's one of the last guys left in the green room. It's him and Liam.
Yeah.
And yeah, he looks like
this
really
is,
like he wants to kill himself.
I think this is Liam.
Actually, there's some smiles by the agents.
Oh yeah, hold on.
they just showed him the phone? They just showed him the
Wolf.
phone.
Yeah. He might not have been getting picked by them until 10 minutes ago.
Okay, what is ESPN doing? What is this? Now Liam's got his phone.
They always do this to like try and.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would you take here? Like, what would your guys' pick be?
Liam.
I mean, at this point, if you're just doing the upside swings, I would just go Danny, personally.
If I'm going upside swing, I'm going like a Dutiero, probably.
Yeah, that's what.
But
if
I think
I
I
was
would
going
just,
upside,
Liam's just my BPA. Like, I think there's real upside. Like, he was tasked with a lot as a creator this year, and he was still like a productive college player, like relatively. Like, wasn't super efficient, but like dealt with a lot of adversity and stuff, and like won games. Like, fucking murdered Creighton. Shout out. I wouldn't hate it. Like, I just think having shooting is valuable as well. Like, are you really gonna trust like Tyrese Martin to be your one shooter on the floor?
Yeah, and at some point, like I get the upside swing thing, but I do want at least one player from this draft that I know will be on my team in 4 years.
I will say, how do you guys feel about McNeely as a playoff performer?
I remember the defense. Like, he really got by on strength. Like, seeing him up close, like his calves and legs are huge, and he'd really like fight back and compete. It's just he doesn't have like inherent foot speed. If he gets like beat to the first spot and can't bang the guy back, pause, he loses the rep.
I think he probably ends up being like some version of like a JJ Redick, Kyle Korver if he's in the playoffs.
Yeah,
like,
I don't think he's that level of shooter. So maybe it's like Isaiah Joe. Like,
yeah, I'm just saying like
Isaiah Joe.
Yeah,
And
just the
Isaiah
type
Joe
of
like
role.
played a little bit this year. Like they were loaded and played.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, they just
Cool.
went straight upside.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is I respect it, and this is an ambitious draft strategy, but I think there's also like a real possibility that none of these 5 guys stick.
I mean, statistically, one of them has to, but they're swinging.
Like this either went really good or it went really.
I know Nets fans, like a lot of the Nets fans on Twitter, like spreadsheet people, they are pissed.
What other
Oh, yeah, I
capital
would
do
be
they have for
petrified.
next year?
Next year, I want to say it's like 3 picks, including their own. I'll find out real quick.
They have a good amount of picks just over the next few years, but like they really did not play it safe with this group.
Next year,
Man,
next year they only have 1.
Nets fans are going to be so annoyed 3 years from now if only like 1 or none of these 5 first-round picks are even doing anything for the team.
It depends on like who it is. Like if Jaeger is just like a star, then I think it doesn't matter. That's the thing. Like they do have such a wide net that they've cast where it's like they could be because it could be 3 rotation players and you don't have a star yet, but having 3 rotation players is valuable. Or you could have like 1 8th man, us all-star, and then 3 shitters, and it's like you're still pretty happy with that because you found an all-star. So it could look rough. Like you could look back and be like, "This is the worst draft anyone's ever had." But they could have just found 3 starters on a championship team. You know?
Yeah, for me, I think the number is like 2. Like they have to at bare minimum hit on 2 guys. If it's only 1, I feel like let's say it's only Demon, right? Even if he hits and is an all-star, like your fan base is never going to let you forget that you had 4 other opportunities to get him some role players and get him some help, and you.
Especially if the players around that turn into something else. Like like last year with Connect and McCain falling, I remember that was like a big thing. And then in the middle of the season when they started, more so McCain, but like when they started performing, it's like, how did we let these guys drop?
Yeah, Dalton didn't perform. He had the 1 game against the Jazz. Does McNeely not get drafted here? Go ahead, actually, first.
I think Boston takes him, like no brainer.
But I don't know. With Calc there,
I could see that, but I think like Liam is kind of like one of their guys. Like he's like that Sam Howell, like he's in that mold of guys they like.
I think they both fit the mold. That's why it's like rough for me.
I will say this about like our other point, like for example, if like Kasparis ends up being like really good and you decide to take Troy and like who did they take? Drake Powell next. If like Asa Noel is really good, like and whoever the Celtics take here is really good, like it just would like really suck that you had this many opportunities and only walked away with 1 hit. It's like I think they really at least need to get 2 guys to like be like real starter level players. If not, 5 first round picks is kind of rough.
His mom is so happy.
So, like, what is this 5? Like, if let's say this is for some reason the Nets completely nuked the team and this is the starting 5, like, what does this group do well together?
They all pass in theory, except
Drake
Powell. But like, I'd say it's a generally high field group. I also think they're like relatively big. Like they don't really have a 4, but like Jaegor's at the 4. They're big like along the wing because like Saraf's your 2. I don't know. I don't think they're worried about like how any of them fit together. I think they have a team building philosophy of like high field guys. These guys fit them.
Yeah.
While being upside swings.
I would have liked to see like a little more shooting from like this group of people. Like I don't know if they drafted one reliable shooter out of this group. Like Drake can shoot.
No, because I would count Drake as one. I really wouldn't.
Yeah, and like I don't know.
Why is Daniel's brother crying like that?
Oh my God! Did someone? Oh man, that is.
I want to say something, but I'll hold it in. Oh, this is a great pick. I'm hyped. This is good.
Hugo Gonzalez. That is definitely a Celtics guy too. I didn't even think about him here.
I kind of forgot he was here. Yeah.
Wow, Liam might not go.
Charlotte, 29, right?
No, it's Phoenix. Or
I'm
No,
did they trade that?
isn't Charlotte the Mark Williams thing, or am I tripping?
That was a part of the trade. I don't know if that pick was. Let me see.
I think it was.
If so, then that has to go. Like that's to me, that's a good fit.
Unless
Who
they're
did
just
they take?
going like Kadutiro, like, hey, let's take a guy who runs in transition and all that shit.
True. Who did they take earlier tonight? I don't know why my brain is-
Charlotte, they took Trey. No, Con.
Khan and Liam is interesting defensively, but that's
Yeah,
a
I
lot of
actually hate
shooting
that.
you could
That-
add. Yeah, I'm about to say I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not taking Liam, man. So he's got to be a Clipper.
Is he their type of guy though?
Hugh Gonzalez here is actually an awesome pick because they can let him have the ball in his hands as they like retool / tank next year.
Is he gonna have the ball in his hand?
I mean,
Wait, where did you
I'm
just go?
assuming, like,
Substack, yeah, I'm
Jalen
tripping,
Brown
I'm
is
tripping.
like not playing that much, assuming he's still on the team, which I think he will. Like, you're trying to lose some games and like increase the lottery odds. AJ DeBonsa's from Boston, by the way.
I don't know, man. West Ham's a psychopath. I don't think it's in him to tank, to be honest. Like
Brad,
I think
no, but it isn't Brad to. We're not
Not
playing for
Brad.
anything. Who are you talking about? Missoula?
Missoula.
Well,
I
it's
don't.
Brad's decision.
Yeah,
Like, if they're the 6th seed at the 30 game mark, they're 18 and 12, and Jalen rolls his ankle. Hey, let's just get surgery on that. You'll have a whole offseason to rehab. Like, he shut down Derek White and Peyton Pritchard, first option hoops. They might still be the 9th seed with that, by the way.
Yeah, Anthony
but
Simons.
then Hugo gets to rock a little bit. Hugo, Baylor get to rock.
Yeah,
Because Baylor was one of the best players in the G last year.
If I'm in that scenario, if I'm Brad, I'm just like, yeah, his ankle actually like doesn't even exist anymore. It just fell off the bone. Like,
Well, no, isn't he missing the first part of the year because he repaired his meniscus anyway?
I didn't.
Yeah, he's like gonna miss the
Maybe.
first 30 games. So chill.
Oh, if Jalen's missing. Oh, if he's missing the
Yeah.
first 30 games,
Yeah, at
that
least.
makes a lot more sense.
So yeah, he's missed the first 30. Peyton Pritchard and Derek White first option hoops for the first month and a half, 2 months, 3 months. He comes back, plays 20 games. They're the 9 seed. Rolls his ankle, shut him down.
I mean, if it's me, I'm aggressively tanking. To be honest, like
I would too. If
Like,
you're
Derek
telling me
White,
you can add, you're gonna add AJ DeBonsa potentially to Tatum and Brown, like
Derek White would have
okay.
some type of slip and fall over the summer. Peyton Pritchard would get kidnapped somewhere. There's no way those guys.
No, the one you do let play is you let Peyton Pritchard play, and you find out like does he have the Jalen Brunson leap in him, because he was like the most efficient scorer in the basketball this year as a 6-man. So you find out like, hey, are you actually like an all-star level? Like, can he be Austin Reeves?
I don't see it personally.
I don't see it.
I guess
there's only one way to find
yeah,
out, right? So then you're letting Baylor and Neemias Queta and Jordan
Anthony
Walsh.
Simon.
I think he's getting rerouted. That's
I
what
wouldn't be
reporting
surprised
was today.
Yeah,
but yeah, the other thing, you could let Anthony rock and find out, can you actually defend? Which, no. I'll tell you no, he can't. And then you're letting Hugo and Baylor and all them rock. See what you can do with the ball in your hands. Take lots of shots. They're still going to be in games because if like Peyton Pritchard versus the Nets, I'm taking Boston to win that one.
Yeah, the East is just it's not great.
I assume the Pacers are going to like pseudo tank at some point, unless like Pascal is low key just like that guy and carrying you to like a 6 seed. Let it ride.
Oh man, no! I just thought about this. So I'm sorry to cut you off, but I just thought about this. Charlotte's taking a big here. They just traded away Mark Williams.
Yeah, this is Kalkbrenner. Or it's like Rasheer Plumbing, which I think would be a bad pick, but
just hopefully it's not Niederhauser. That's who I want for Lakers in the second round. So just hopefully it's not him. I don't think it will be. I think this might be a little high, but we'll see. They took every last second on the clock. Pick is not in. Is it in? What's going on?
Pick is now in. Last 2 picks of the round.
I saw a report that apparently Cleveland offered Darius Garland in a deal for Kevin Durant.
That
I
report
can't remember who the
bad.
report was, but
So I
Yeah,
think
I
it came out
seen that.
today that the Suns called and Cleveland said no.
okay. That makes a lot more sense.
Yes. That would be organizational malpractice to say no to
Well, I
that.
heard Cleveland didn't say no. I heard Cleveland wanted them to add assets in order for it
Yeah,
to
no
work.
shit. Like, yeah, if I'm trading a 25-year-old or whatever he is for 37-year-old KD, I'd like a first-round pick.
Yeah, like I think they wanted a first and a player to go along with
Yeah.
KD for Darius. Which, like,
What if
on
like
his face would have been interesting.
like Chaz Lanier, Kobe Bryant goes at 30 and not McNeely?
That would be an indictment.
I would die I would die of laughter. That would mean
I
he just could not hit shit in a shooting workout.
I just looked back at my big board. I don't even know. I think these went up on socials, but this was back in like January. So there's like at least 10 guys here that aren't in the class anymore. But even back then, I did not even have Liam McNeely in my top 30. I'm just,
Yeah,
I
I
guess,
know we talked about that.
certified
Yeah,
hater.
I remember
no,
that.
I get the
Yeah.
concern. I just think he's a better shooter than he was this year.
There he goes.
McNeely to.
Charlotte.
They're not going to be able to
Him and-
guard us.
Wait, Summer.
Wait, so are him
that
and-
G League team?
Is he paired up with Khan?
Yes.
Yeah. I like the idea of that if like they find a way to guard. Like him, Brandon Miller, and Khan, if one of them can learn to really guard, is
Well, I think Brandon
very
Miller can
awesome.
guard. I think Brandon Miller
I think
can.
he has.
Like,
I think he has to want to guard.
yeah, that's the thing.
I don't
But
think he wants to.
I think in spurts, especially his first year, he could guard. Like, I think it's about whether or not Charles Lee's going to be able to get it out of him. But like the capability is there for him to guard. To me, my bigger thing is who's going to protect the rim now, and like is LaMelo going to at least pay attention? He was actually
He's kind of nice.
Yeah,
he can actually kind of predict the rim. It's everything else. Like one of the single worst offensive players in the whole league.
Yeah, but rebounder, big rebounder.
Yeah. They got Nurkic. They're not guarding shit.
Man, that's
I don't hate the pick because I just assume like it was BPA as well. Like I know Jake, you don't really fuck with him, but I get it. Like I get why you don't fuck with him. It's just I was at that game on TV. I love that. I said that as if like the viewers can see it. Okay, 30th pick. Who's everyone's BPA?
Best player available. Let me pull it up.
So mine's Noah Penda, right? Yeah, Noah Penda.
Pretty sure mine is a dude Thiero.
I'd say
I have
Thiero.
2 spots. Penda, like them two close.
I'd say Thiero or Kalkbrenner, honestly.
I could see them just going Calc here, right? We know Zubac is good. Just get like a good backup who you know will probably play forever in the league.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely Thiero. For me. All right, so I have a prospect that I haven't really heard much about, like kind of been under the radar. What do you guys think of Dink Pate?
I know he fell quite a bit.
Last.
Like, I think he was a player who at first I was kind of like when I first heard about him. So that was like years ago when he was in the G League Ignite still. I was like, oh yeah. But obviously we've kind of seen how that whole thing has worked. And I think him just still being there. I think he's a younger prospect, but I think it's just we've seen the G League Ignite hasn't really worked out, specifically for Green, and Kuminga's gotten better, but I don't know. And I feel like a guy like Pate, the type of player he is, it's not really ideal coming into the NBA. So he's a player who I've kind of dropped on, as I think the consensus has as well.
I got him at 70. He sucks.
70. He just
Like, what does he do? He doesn't shoot. Not defensively aware. He thinks he's a point guard.
he
No,
really does.
they're
think
not,
that.
dude. You
He
can't
really
handle the
thinks
ball.
he's a point guard.
Yeah, like doesn't make consistent passing reads. It's just like drive and kick, but like isn't a point guard.
Plus, my
He's
question,
athletic, sure, but like I'm good. If I'm betting on like a tall point guard, I'll take like Kobe Sanders ahead of you. Like
Yeah.
I'll take if Neoclis Abdalas was still in this class, there's going to be like a 40-point gap or 40-spot gap on my board for them. I had Abdalas at like 33. He gonna be a demon next year at Virginia Tech, for the record. Buy your stock while you can. Join me and Raphael.
I like him. He can play.
You can join me and Ralph on Abdallas Island.
I will say this though, Virginia Tech is an interesting spot for him. I don't know if
I know they've been
I don't know how
after
I
him
feel
for
about
like
that.
over a year. Like before he like blew up a little bit. Like he was always good. Like he was the best Greek prospect of his stuff. And was like an all tournament selection at like I think it was the under 16s or something like when he was like 15 years old. Like he was a known quantity, but he wasn't like, lottery or like potential first round pick type guy. And they've been after him for a while. So I know like the talent identification side of it there,
Yeah,
which when
it's
you
good.
do that
Yeah.
well, I tend to believe that like you have a plan for the player development side. So yeah, it's not really a basketball school
Yeah.
at all.
So
I can't remember the last NBA player to go to Virginia Tech.
yeah, I have a little stock, not a lot. Yeah, I have a little, not a lot, just because that Virginia Tech kind of worries me. I just really haven't seen much out of that program lately.
Yeah, I have him in my like top 30 on my board for next year. Last NBA player to go to Virginia Tech is Nikhil Alexander Walker.
Yep.
And then Dorian Finney-Smith went there before he transferred to Florida. So, yeah. Nobody.
Okay, let's see.
all right. We are on the last pick of the first round. We've only got 3 viewers right now, but
Shout
I
out
know we
y'all
had
3.
more.
I'm
Yeah,
about to
shout
say
out
we're
to
all
y'all.
three.
If it's grandma, shout out grandma.
This was fun to
I
do.
love the person in the chat who came in here a little bit ago, just dropped Braun is GOAT, and then I don't know if they're still here, but yeah, they hopped into a stream with like 5 viewers to do that. But shout out to that person.
I wonder
That's
if
what I've
that,
been
I'll-
doing at 2 in the
that
morning.
had to be somebody we know. I don't know who it is, but
Is that you? What? Bronny's GOAT? Okay. I have to ask.
I mean, respect. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
We got
I don't
what?
disagree.
4 subscribers from this tonight.
Shout
Not
out.
bad. Yeah.
I see 670 on my screen.
6, 7. Sorry.
Shit. Yo, side note, he's not great. Or at least he didn't
Taylor
play
Kinney?
great. When I seen him, he did not play great.
Did you
I don't
watch
know
that ANGT game? Oh, scary basketball that the OT team was playing against real European academies.
I don't know, man. He played. I will say this: when I seen him in person, he didn't play great. But when I seen him play in the Adidas Nations thing, he played good. When I watched it on YouTube, he played okay in that at least.
Dang, Cam, that's tough.
You gotta be
Cal
kidding
Brenner a
me.
Laker. Cal Brenner a Laker.
It's always these mother. It's always.
He's got the same energy as Jackson Hayes. I don't know if we would have wanted him. He goofy like him.
He definitely does have that energy to him, but I just think he would have fit what we did a lot better. I don't really want to rookie big man.
He's the
anyway.
first round pick in Penn State history.
No, that's crazy.
Poverty program.
That's funny as shit.
And
Never
now
mind,
he's
man.
going to the Clippers. He's never going
Shout
to
out James Barlow for getting on that one early.
No, that's a fact.
Barlow
Yeah.
Nation is like winning right now. They were like the Hanson Yang guys.
Nah, for a fact.
Yeah. Do we think Igor Milicic gets drafted?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Is he getting like
Milicic fans like me? Because I'm an Igor Milicic fan.
Okay, funny story. I remember when I was an intern at the NBA, one of my coworkers, he put me on like, I want to say it was like right before he went to Kentucky, or right before he announced his commitment.
To Tennessee, you mean?
Or wait, who did you say?
Igor Milicic.
Oh, never mind.
Who you thinking of?
I was thinking of the brothers.
Oh, I saw the story though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to hear the story though.
Well, he put me on like right before he committed to Kentucky, and I was like, all right.
So is it Zvonimir then? Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, okay, I'll buy into it. I watched, and I was like I was on the train for like half a season. Then I was like,
that was when everybody got off.
Yeah.
To be fair, I think he'll end up being like a backup one day.
I think Tomislav is good. I think Zvonimir sucks.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's good now.
Oh, no.
But one day he will.
I could see it one day, yeah.
Somebody's going to fall in love with the shooting and passing and convince himself to give him a chance. I think he'll work hard enough to earn the chance eventually if he ever becomes a serious person.
Whereas, like, I would have had Tomislav had he been in this draft in, like, my top 50. Like, Victor Locken at Clemson? He's in, like, my 45-ish. Like, I probably would have had a similar grade on them, too.
I got to see Victor Locken play in person, I'm pretty sure, when he was at Cincinnati.
Yeah. He's good. Was it the game you saw them play Baylor? Weren't you at that?
Yep. I seen him play Baylor. Yeah.
I'm trying to go to Kansas next year. I got to see him.
Kansas is on.
I got to see DP. Pause. Because we get an AJ in Lincoln.
Yep. AJ in Lincoln.
That was a brutal pause.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm pissed that's an exhibition game. It's so dumb. Losing that game will not hurt our RPI at all. I know it might hurt them, but like, it's probably a quad one win on the road.
Yeah. That's going to be. Next year's Big 12 is just stacked. Like, absolutely stacked.
I'm going to do everything.
You know what the Italian kid at Baylor, Michael Perez, that we were linked to in Nebraska?
I've heard about him. I haven't got to watch him much.
I'm thinking about whether or not I should tell a story on air. How many viewers?
I'm pretty sure it's 3, and I'm 2 of them. So
all right, I'm telling the story. So this plays for Academy in Italy. It's like the second or first best Italian player of his generation. It's either him or Luigi Swigo, who like visited Purdue the other day, and we cannot let that happen because he's 7'3" and can pass the ball and maybe shoot it. So we have the Italian connection with Luca Virgilio, our president of basketball ops, general manager, whatever his official title is, and we're reaching out on all these Italian guys. And Perez, we had made a signing day graphic for him in November, or like whenever signing day was, October, November. And all the interns are like waiting to post it. Like, when's the kid going to sign? With Quentin Rhymes. Doesn't sign. Don't know what happens. A couple months later, like around this offseason, like when the international guys are starting to commit, this is when like David Murkovic was committing, like all that shit was going on. And allegedly, we're still working with him, but there's some kind of problem. And so I find out the problem is that he wanted to commit back in November or whatever. Like, he's been like, I'm going to Nebraska. In fact, around the time of this second issue, a Italian newspaper in his hometown, like in Italian, I'd hit Google Translate on the page, said like, he's committing. Like, they announced that he's committing. The handlers, because he thinks he might be a one and done, and he might be, like, it's that good. Control pass, wing, super high feel, potential to shoot, but like doesn't really shoot right now, so I don't really see if one and done. I see like 2 years. They wanted like a fuck ton of money in NIL as like agents that could go to them. And Fred basically goes, fuck y'all, I'm done dealing with this shit. And he's now at Baylor, and we got the Icelandic kid, Leo Curtis, instead. Hopefully no one clipped that because now I lost my job. But
and we ballooned to 17 viewers, and I'm playing.
I'll try to cut that out if I do a.
Yeah, I don't really. It doesn't matter that much, but I think like Robin reported some of this, so it's not too big a deal. I can't believe Hanson Yang went at 16, bro. That's the biggest surprise of the night, right?
For sure.
For sure.
I think for me, I know I thought if he went anywhere mid-second at least, but first rounder.
Not just first rounder, 16.
Yeah,
That should start with a 1.
Yeah, that's like he's 2 picks out of the lottery. That's crazy.
Yes.
But yeah. Overall, I think that was a pretty fun draft. A lot of moves. I think, at the top every year, there's always a talk of, oh, is there going to be a trade? But there never really is, specifically with the top 3. And I know there was more talk of that with the Sixers, but still think there was a lot of good moves. The Nets, I think, was probably the most interesting storyline of this draft, just because we saw they kind of went the upside. Let's go, maybe not go after the best player available. And honestly, in some senses, I think a lot of the players they went after were projects. But I mean, I still think it'll be fun to see how that works out, especially with the players coming in the next few years.
So everyone's BPA for 31 tomorrow is a Dutiero, except me, who's Penda. And then Natiro is my second best player available.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Who do we think's going? Who has 31?
Minnesota.
That feels like a team that could be a Dutiero seeking.
Yeah, I feel like he fits a lot of what they do. I guess one last question for you guys. Who's like your deep cut draft guy? Like we're talking 60s coming up, like who's may not even get drafted.
I feel like there's an easy answer for all of us, but I'm not going to say him.
Are you thinking
I honestly was going to say
an Omaha native?
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. That's not cheating, though. The opposite is 2.
Or there's another one.
Because I have one inside my top 60, and I don't have another. The other one's at like 62.
Well, I'll say Bryce Williams is one, obviously.
Oh, well, I just have Bryce Williams in my like top 45.
And then there's Tanjay.
Oh, yeah. I just have both of them like in my top 50. And I don't think that's like that crazy a take anymore.
Nah. I mean, I think the other one we were talking about, Hunter, I think I still have him in my like 60.
Yeah, I got him like 58 or something. You said outside the 60s? Or is it someone who could be higher than that who I like more than people?
Well, it was Tanjay.
Either one.
It was Tanjay and Williams.
Because the guy I like way more is Victor Locken. It's like Victor Locken and Igor Milicic are kind of like 2 of my guys. Brooks Barnheiser would probably be the 3rd, who like I'm just generally a lot higher on because they're like all super high field guys. Can come in and like be an 8th, 9th guy in a rotation, which when I'm picking it, 45 to 60, like that's what I'm looking for. Like coming on a 2-way and then prove yourself and like work to a minimum deal, like a multi-year minimum deal as a rookie. And I think those are 3 guys who could probably do it. Like Locken's more like high feel, positionally great on defense, but just isn't super vertical. Like DHOs. Milicic is like a uber Swiss Army knife 4. Like at like 6'10", can get downhill and go to the rim like off the catch and stuff, and like pass the ball, but just didn't shoot this year. But like has shot in the past like really really well. And then his last name I forgot. My brain is broke. Who was the last guy? Holy shit. Brooks Barnheiser. Same thing. Like high work rate, like rebounds the shit out of the ball at the wing, like wonky jumper, but like displays clear touch. So if you can fix that, like it works. Like just does a lot of everything on the floor.
And then Jake, who's your deep cut guy?
Other than Bryce Williams, who maybe is like higher than above 60s, which would mean he's getting drafted. If he doesn't go undrafted, I think Mark Sears has decent value somewhere offensively. Really good shooter, proven winner as well. The last 2 years at Alabama have been really impressive.
Okay.
Yeah, he could just be an innings eater in the regular season.
I'll go now and say mine, but I feel, I remember when we did our top 15 big board or I shouldn't say big board, but I guess our early predictions. At the end of mine, I had Jackson Robinson. He's a guy who I'm still like, I think there's a route for him to find a way in the NBA. So I think
talented, yeah.
For me, that's and me and Jake, we also saw him, and I was kind of on to him before, but we also saw him in person the first round of the March Madness last year, and he had a game. They lost to Duquesne, but It was still an impressive
Day
performance.
Ames, right? Or was it Day Grant? Which one was it?
It was Day Ames, I believe.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was crazy. But he's a guy who I have been high on through this whole cycle, and I think if things went his way at Kentucky, or if he didn't have that injury near the end of the season, and I think him just also, I believe he came off the bench most of the year, if I remember correctly. So, I think there's a way for him.
Justice played against him in high school.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's from Oklahoma. So yeah, he was a dog in high school apparently, which
Yeah.
I'd hope so. But
Yeah, I'd hope. Yeah.
I guess I'll go last here. I would say like a couple guys I'm like higher on first. I really like Ryan Nembhard. I think like he'll find his way onto like an NBA team. All the Omaha guys, I kind of like all of them. Personal bias, but I also think like all those guys can kind of play a little bit. I would say the person that is my real deep cut person would be. It's tough. It gets kind of dry here, but I would say I like Jameer Watkins. I think he can like play. He's similar to a dude in some ways, not near at the same level of athlete or anything, but he's someone I wouldn't mind taking a flyer on.
Someone in the chat said Tamar Bates. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Ooh.
Like flamethrower, like elite
Really
shot prep. Like
bro,
elite. He might
Tamar
have the best shot
Bates
prep in the class. Like it might be him or Chesney, right? In terms of just like ability to set his feet quickly. Like I don't think there's anyone better than him.
Shout out to Norin Rad though. Shout out to
Norin Rad.
But Tamar Bates cooked my high school, man. That's crazy.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you told me this.
I wasn't on the team yet technically. I was on JV at the time still. So, but yeah, because this was the year before he went to IMG, and we were playing in like a big tournament here in KC, and seeing him in person, that's when I like before I kind of got into draft stuff, and then I looked after the game and I realized, oh my gosh, he's like I think it was before he had like actually risen up in the rankings, so he was just barely a top 100 guy. That was him and some other guy from my high school were going at it, man.
Yeah, he's fun. He just like doesn't really pass at all and like doesn't try on defense. Like if he tried on defense, because he's got that like what is it, like a 6'10" wingspan? Like he'd be a lot of fun. He just like he don't seem very interested in that end of the ball. And then he like surprisingly doesn't generate dunks for someone with that length. He's just not very athletic, like first step bad. But yeah, like definitely could do like I'm trying to think of like the name. Like the Joe Harris thing maybe? Or like Joe Harris hung in the league for a little bit. Just off of shooting ability.
Another shooter that like is another name like this. I really like guy played at Cincinnati, Simon Slukocius.
I don't think he's in the class.
Did he go back?
He got another year somehow. Yeah, I think he got another year because I would have ranked him. Because yeah, he was a lot of fun. He like passed the ball well.
Yeah, like that was somebody I was looking. I really could not get a read on whether or not he went back. But if he got
I couldn't either, so I just didn't rank him. But yeah, he's fine. He just like didn't shoot it this year, right? Despite being like a career good shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was
like this year was a weird.
Yeah,
it was a weird down year, and he's like always been a shooter.
Yeah.
I just know he put up a stinker against Kansas.
Oh, yeah, he was rough.
Over 6.
How do we feel about Ilan Almanza? Are we out? Because I'm out. Okay.
I've been out.
Like you taking Lachlan Albright over him? Because I'm taking Lachlan Albright over him.
For sure. Awesome. I never understood the Izon thing. Like from when like he first like came on the scene like a year ago, kind of like.
Oh no, it was when he was like 15.
I didn't know about him that early.
Yeah, he's like the best youth, like not big man, like just youth best international player since like Jonas Valanciunas.
Yeah, like most accomplished. Yeah.
Yeah, like because it's all American players generally. Like yeah, Jason Tatum on like youth teams USA would like kill and shit. Like Cooper's a name. Like AJ will probably end up being one when they win the World Cup this year, but like those Spanish teams like would win tournaments against the U.S. teams. Like they won the Under-19 World Cup, and he was the MVP of it. Like he was awesome.
I remember they really tried to gas him up because they put him in They put him in the 2K. Yeah, they put in the Mike Rio story.
Oh yeah,
I was like, all right, bro, chill out now.
Nah.
Yeah, he just like when he was a kid, I thought it would work out because his touch was so clearly good, like at the rim and like the push shots and everything, and then he just never. Just apparently, when there's a second hand involved, it doesn't work.